learning. When we talk of 2004 tsunami on December 26th, the Indian Ocean was struck by one of the deadliest tsunamis in the recorded history, triggered by a massive undersea earthquake off the coast of Sumatra, Indonesia. And this tsunami affected multiple countries, with India particularly in Tamil Nadu facing severe devastation. The immediate impact on Tamil Nadu coast was the coastal communities, a large number of lives that were lost. There was a disconnect, there was a disruption of the basic services like communication and other things. And these waves caused widespread destruction of infrastructure, homes, livelihoods. And despite the destruction, there were some stories of resilience, some stories of difference emerging out from the coastal communities. Today, I like to share with you one such story and how the investment on the building community capacity building of the communities, the last mile investment or the bridging the last mile capacity gap can give huge dividends. Just as a out of the passion with which I learned the disaster management module at IS Academy Missouri, I started investment into resilience of communities by mock drills from 2003 onwards. But in 2004, suddenly this thought struck to my mind that if there is a devastating event on a coastal area, and if we just go by sensitizing community, it is not going to give dividends. Why not to make a village level disaster management plan and systematically involve the communities in safeguarding themselves? And that is how we selected Samyarpetai, a coastal village in Kadalur district, and we started a 20 days program with local resources, local human resources that were available to us. We took we did some research, took some templates from UNDP website and other places, and started based upon our understanding. We started sort of a exercise using the local resources, and it started in the first week of October 2004. Training and preparedness program, under leadership of the speaker, which focus on preparing the local communities for any coastal disaster. Let me be honest that at that point of time, it was not targeted for tsunami. Tsunami only we have read while preparing for IS exam that there is some phenomena which takes place because of earthquake and more frequently occurring in Japan and some of the Eastern world. And here the whole focus was on participation of the community, and I was surprised that women who were never given leadership role in a fisherman community, particularly in these villages where the male-dominated panchayats were there, they took the role of leadership at the grassroots level. All the self-help groups and the women leadership, and we found that naturally a couple of women emerged as the grassroots level leaders in this thing. We also use the cultural forum in terms of, there is a Gummi method of dance and song in Tamil Nadu. So the villagers themselves have written a script, a song, and they have given that traditional music and to that. And this has galvanized the entire village. And for 20 days, this training had gone. And on the day of Odisha cyclone in the last week of October 2004, we wanted to demonstrate, and we also did a recording of this entire exercise of 20 days and culminated it into a function in this village where the state level authorities, including Commissioner Disaster Management, the district collector, everybody was called to see that how a village level disaster management plan can be prepared and how it can be made functional, operational, and how the community uh, capacity building plan can be prepared. And uh, never knowing that uh, this will be put to test so soon, within 2 months of this exercise, completion of this exercise, the Indian Ocean tsunami struck the coast, and it was surprisingly that this village, being the second largest village uh, in the coast of Kadalur district, uh, the number of deaths that occurred on this place was the least, almost in single digit from the village, and there were a couple of people who died. Half of them were, uh, from outside the village. So overall deaths were below 20 or around 20 something. So this is not just to boost myself that I have done something great, but it is just to instill and to bring forth on this 20th year of tsunami that if technology fails, we have to continue to steer towards inculcating all the innovations, the big data analytics, artificial intelligence, the sensor-based methods of or the investment into, even there is a lot of research going on into early warning of seismic activities. Uh, but one thing that I like to emphasize is that all said and done, the investment into the last mile community, the technologies will can fail or they can succeed. But the people, if the investment is there in the people's capacity, that will never fail us. That will be a great backup to help the communities bounce back better. We have come a long way in building resilience in terms of other kind of strengthening of early warning systems. The Indian Tsunami Early Warning System, the established in 2007, was a significant milestone, and the center operates 24/7, capable of detecting tsunami genic earthquakes within 10 minutes and issuing warnings to coastal regions and other stakeholders. There's a lot of technological advancements. In addition to seismic monitoring, the system uses real-time data from tsunami buoys, tide gauges, and the numerical models. I think there must be a lot of discussion on these things, so let me not go into much detail of these. But after this, there was immediately a program by UN on the coastal uh, and UNESCO initiative also, which focuses on empowering coastal communities to be prepared for a tsunami. And there are 11 key indicators such as community education, early warning communication, and effective evacuation plans that communities can imbibe. As of 2024, over 25 Indian coastal communities have been recognized as tsunami ready by UNESCO, with many more in the process of achieving this status. National Institute of Disaster Management, where I am working, we are also continuously trying to see that how not only the modules and training program, but also the social and behavioral change strategies are developed. And we are working with UNICEF to develop certain simple, uh, you know, uh, programs for social and behavioral change, because we see many a time that there are evacuation warnings for cyclones and other things, but we find a varied response in the communities from state to state and within the same state, between one village and another or one district and another. So it is also important that how people respond to the risk warnings, the risk communication is not only adopting the appropriate technologies is enough. We have to go beyond that by ensuring that how community engagement and communities level social and behavioral change in terms of making them understand the perception of the risk warnings and responding to the risk messages, and integrating with the Sendai framework and sustainable development goals. The ongoing efforts of strengthening disaster resilience aligns with these frameworks, emphasizing need for a systematic multi-hazard approach to risk reduction. Goal 11 of the Sustainable Goals advocates for making cities and communities resilient to disasters and reinforcing the need for community-based disaster management. And this is a time, and I must compliment Amrita and my university, and particularly Dr. Manisha ji, for her very proactive role in taking these many of these agendas to the table. Uh, so while appreciating, I'll just like to conclude by telling that the role of the local initiatives, uh, by continuing to invest into community-based disaster management and strengthening early warning systems, we can ensure that coastal communities across India are better equipped to face future disasters. Regional cooperation and international collaborations uh, are also equally important. With that, I once again thank, and if there are any questions, I'll be more happy to interact with you, because I was given 20 minutes time, and I think I have almost completed that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratno, for that excellent, crisp meeting, and thanks a lot for sticking to time. So that helps us a lot. Actually, I was going to mention about the Samyarpete example later today in my talk, but Mr. Ratno has very clearly mentioned what happened there. It was funny because after the tsunami, the next day when I went to the office, somebody from the communication department came and said, "Look, GP, what happened in Samyapete?" In that one, I said, "What happened? I think it's one of the areas stuck by the tsunami, because it's in Kadalur district." Then they said, no, there is a newspaper article about how UNDP, under the UNDP program, there was a training and then a lot of people, lives were saved because of that. I said, no, that's not possible because, first of all, we were not tailored it for tsunami response. And then we were only talking about a response, not really on the early warning this thing, I mean, systems. Then later on, I came to know from these people who were deployed from UNDP at the state level. They said yes, it happened, and then I think so. Finally, I think a documentary was also made by UNDP. I don't know where it is now, but there was something which we made, and then I think Mr. Ratno also was appearing in that documentary. Now I could collect. So he mentioned subsequently there was no. What I want to say is that just imagine if they had excellent early warning system along with the community preparedness, they could have saved even the 23 lives. So that is the missing link which was there in it. And then he also mentioned about the subsequent UN program with the UNESCO, this thing. And then I think that's also some of the tsunami ready villages, about 23 of them in India will be there. And then that's very important. And then yesterday we heard a lot about that this thing program. Now, then he also mentioned about UNICEF and NIDM together making efforts to come up with training modules and all that one. Uh, Excellent talk, Mr. Ratno. We will come back to you if there are any questions. How do we manage it? Do we take questions now or? Yeah, we can take questions now if there are any. And I am also sorry that we couldn't invite Susmita Bairaji to sit in the dais, but then she told me that you prefer sitting there. Your choice. Any questions, clarifications from Mr. Ratno?
Thank you, Mr. Ratnu. It was a very insightful talk. Uh, can you please elaborate on your future plans? How NIDM is going forward in involving community, or are there any training programs that you are thinking of joining or inviting some of the universities to join your efforts?
Sir, I'll be happy to tell you that the National Institute of Disaster Management in last 2 years have made a India Universities and Institutions Network for Disaster Risk Reduction, and 318 universities and institutions have been onboarded in the last 2 or 2.5 years, and majority of them after I joined in 1.5 year. And we are in the process of mapping the expertise and research in different sectors of disaster risk reduction and climate change. Uh, and this data was missing in the country, that what is the kind of research happening in the country, who are the experts, domain experts in various areas. So we have created dashboards and the knowledge verticals in this, and we request our members who have not, the academic institutions who have not joined. So that is one response to what we are, our engagement. We are continuously doing the faculty development program. We have also pushed for certain curriculum with UGC. We are working on the Swayam portal to bring. We have also launched our programs on iGot platform by Karmyogi Mission. As also, we have got the disaster management included in the UGC and GRF this year by UGC, with lot of communication and presentation and coordination with UGC, which strengthens the academic, which will try to bridge the gap between the communities, the practitioners, policymakers, and the academia. And for other related things, we have we yesterday only had a national annual training conclave where we engage various partners, including the states, SDMAs, and other things. And according to their requirement, we do the training of trainers and master trainers training for various areas, including building the community resilience. And NIDM's efforts will continue with all your cooperation and support.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further clarifications, then we can move on to the next speaker. Who is next speaker is Dr. Eddie Bernard. He had a lot of experience, especially in the tsunami warning systems. And he was also former director of NOAA, and then in the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. That was probably the first center that was established, and then before INCOIS and all came into play after the tsunami. This existed even before that. And then they had played a very key role. And I think they're also very actively participating in many of the networks related to early warning. I invite Dr. Eddie Bernard to give a speech. It is on advances in tsunami resilience since 2004, and then future options. So over to you, Dr. Bernard.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me start my PowerPoint.
Dr. Reddy, could you please turn on your video?
Excuse me?
Could you please turn on your video?
Okay, if I can find it here. Well, why don't we do the presentation and then I'll switch over to the video, okay? Can you see my screen right now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, can you see my cursor?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Well, I'd like to, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this conference. I think resilience is the key to survival in this world of natural disasters as well as man-made disasters. Okay, now we have it. In 2004, I was actually the director of a research laboratory in Seattle, Washington. And we've been working for years on developing new technologies to protect people from tsunamis in the United States by making more effective and accurate warnings. And so I was one of the few people in the United States that had expertise in tsunamis. In the United States, reacted very positively to this disaster by sending ships that included hospitals, ships, as well as relief operations to Indonesia, and spent about $1 billion in terms of relief. And so I was selected to head up several U.S. delegations to meetings that were to plan the Indian Ocean tsunamis. So I have extensive experience in being there from day one and seeing the evolution of tsunami warnings and technology over the past 20 years. So today I'd like to talk about two things. One, advances since 2024, and just spend a short amount of time talking about the global effort to reduce tsunami hazards through capacity building. I think it's been a wonderful global effort. I don't understand. But future challenges are zero casualties from the future tsunamis. Yesterday's opening session emphasized compassion. And I think, from my perspective, the most compassionate thing we can do in a tsunami resilient society is to save lives. We can replace buildings, we can replace facilities, but we can't replace people. And hearing the testimonies yesterday morning and at this conference, I was struck by the enormous sadness that accompanies losing loved ones. We can move forward without our material things, but we can't move forward without our loved ones. And it's very difficult to think of a more compassionate world than saving lives. So with that in mind, I'd like to talk about future challenges, including some emerging technologies, and to help protect people in the local community, a shelter-in-place concept. And then I'll entertain some questions. So that's the outline of my talk today. So let's talk about what happened since 2024. Very easily, you can see that the global risk for tsunamis is quite large. These are probabilistic standards that have been done recently, mainly for insurance purposes. They don't actually tell you the details in which the hazard will actually kill people, but it gives you some idea of the relative cost risk people for different countries in the world. And the UN estimate is about 600 million people at risk. But yesterday morning, I learned that in the Indian Ocean, India actually has about 6 million people at risk, and Indonesia has about 7 million. That's a sizable number of people. And so it's in our best interest to think about how we can save those millions of people from the next tsunami. So let's start before 2004. There was one tsunami warning system in the Pacific Ocean, and it was a collection of all nations ringing the Pacific who agreed that we would share information, and if an earthquake and tsunami occurred near you, we'd pass along to tell everybody else. And that was basically the premise of everything. But what that resulted in was a lot of false alarms. People were unnecessarily evacuated. And so there was one event in Honolulu, Hawaii, where people were evacuated and a little 6-inch tsunami showed up. And a senator from Hawaii called me and said, look, what can we do to prevent these false alarms? So that was the starting point for developing a technology to detect a tsunami in the deep ocean and accurately forecast what it would do on the coastline. And we gave the name Deep Ocean Assessment Reporting of Tsunamis, or DART. And so if you look here, in 2004, we had about 6 of these that were identified by these white triangles. And they were in experimental mode to see whether this actually would work. Detecting tsunamis would actually lead to accurate forecast. And so this was a concept, detected in the deep ocean, assess the tsunami source using this information, and then forward with numerical models to actually predict flooding in the coastal areas. And in 2011, it was put to the critical test for the 2011 Tohoku tsunami. The tsunami was detected by Russian and 2 United States dart buoys, and the forecast was made for Honolulu, Hawaii, that would flood the coastlines. And it's exactly what happened. The accuracy was about 90% and a 6-hour lead time on evacuation. So the technology that emerged in 2004 was adopted by the Indian Ocean and other warning networks. So today, about 10 years after 2004, we had in place 4 warning systems for the Pacific, for the Indian, the Caribbean, and the Mediterranean and Northeast Atlantic. And now you can see we started with 6 dart buoys, and now we have in the water today over 72 dart buoys. They're indicated by these different colors. India has the golden colored ones here, and Thailand has the green, and Australia has the light green color. So in the world is now protected for distant tsunamis. We can detect them, we can forecast what they're going to do, and this is a major, major accomplishment for a 20-year effort. Another development that brings it down to the last mile, as our previous speaker talked about, is Tsunami Ready. And during the course of 20 years, information centers were established for each of these warning systems. One, the Pacific, the Caribbean, Indian Ocean, and the Northeast Atlantic. And the Tsunami Ready is basically having a community prepared for the next tsunami. And the United Nations Decade of the Oceans has a goal of 100% of tsunami risk communities be tsunami ready by the year 2030. This is a very ambitious program, but nevertheless, things are in place. And this is basically what a tsunami ready program does. It assesses the hazard, and that's where these forecasting technology enabled us to produce tsunami hazard zones that are mapped and designated. And once the hazard zones are designated, then the number of people at risk can be determined, and the economic infrastructure, political, social structures can be identified, what to do. Then kicks in the preparedness mode. And this is where those information centers can help a lot, outreach, signage, other things, and then response. Make sure that there's a way for a warning to be issued in these communities, and they have the proper tools to react once a warning comes. So in fact, what we can say is the global efforts has really gone a long ways in both protecting people from distant tsunamis and preparing communities for the next tsunamis through Tsunami Ready. Now, the future challenges that I'd like to talk about is 2. One is emerging technologies, which I'll talk about. The existing early warning system today is comprised of sensor systems, seismometers and tide gauges, dart buoys. The warning center processes it, then they disseminate the information, and then it goes to local administration, to the local community, and if they're prepared, they know what to do. This takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to be accurate. So sometimes it takes more time than you think. And I like to kid my seismological friends from an oceanographer's perspective that this is a cartoon I picked up. I have a collection of cartoons about tsunamis, and I find this one is appropriate for today. But basically what we need is we need this information fast. And so, unfortunately, in 2018, after all these warning systems were in place and everything, we still lost 2,500 people in Indonesia. And the one in Palau Bay was a horizontal type earthquake that really was underestimated due to the source, but 2,000 people nevertheless died. Another contributing factor to those deaths was that the sirens failed. In Palau, they had been told that if you feel an earthquake and you hear the siren, evacuate. Well, they felt the earthquake, but the siren didn't go off. So we don't know how many people died because they didn't follow. They just said, well, I'm going to go. There's some anecdotal information that people were texting, and the texting people in Jakarta were saying, evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. But nevertheless, 2,000 people died. And then there was a volcanic generated tsunami on the banks, on the slope of Krakatoa that killed 500 people. But the earthquake warning system, earthquake-centric warning system, was not designed for volcanic tsunamis. So here we are with an excellent track record of giving people information for distant tsunamis, but we still have the challenge of early warnings for local tsunamis. So what can we do? I would propose that we take the present system, which is very detailed and oriented, but time-consuming, and replace it with a future system that saves lives by empowering people. And now you can say, well, Eddie, what's this empowering people stuff? Well, let me give you an example. We could utilize existing infrastructure. Smartphones have become ubiquitous in our society. They're powerful computing devices already in the hands of the population. They have equipped with a wide range of sensors. They have a camera, they have a microphone, they have an accelerometer, which makes them basically a seismometer, and a wide range of radio connectivity for data dissemination and gathering. But more importantly, as a society, as we're going forward, this is where people look for answers to their questions. You get on Gemini, ask a question, you get an answer. So this is ubiquitous because there's 8,100,000,000 people in the world today, and there are 7,200,000 smartphones. 90% of the population has smartphones, and the country with the most is China, but guess what? Number 2 is India, with almost 700 million smartphones, and Indonesia with almost 200 million. So India and Indonesia together have about 1 billion smartphones in use today. And for my seismological buddies, hey, that's 1 billion seismometers. So Google, about 20 years ago, started saying, hey, let's take advantage of these seismometers, these portable seismometers, I'll call them, and let's create an earthquake alert system. And it's in use today throughout the US and in 96 nations. It uses smartphone accelerometers from thousands of smartphones to determine location and size of earthquakes and alerts for everyone with a smartphone, including visitors. Now, you know, when we do Tsunami Ready, we're focusing on the residents, but we have tourists coming in, we have business people going in and out of communities. So you've got to include visitors when you start to think about resilience. And this is what you get. An earthquake, it tells you what to do. Let's see. Sorry. It tells you what to do. Drop, cover, and hold. And there's little icons there that shows how to do it. This is very useful information. And 10 days ago, there was an earthquake in Northern California. And initial estimates in 5 to 10 minutes came out. The U.S. Geological Survey, our national earthquake system that is designed to detect and size earthquakes, sized the magnitude 6.6. NOAA, with its warning center, came out with 7.3. But Google came out with 6.9. That was the initial estimates. Well, about 2 hours later, USGS said the final was magnitude 7. So if you're comparing capability, USGS, NOAA, a tsunami warning was issued, but then it was canceled later. Google came in with an amazingly accurate forecast today using these portable seismometers. The second technology, so let's imagine that there could be a tsunami alert system that would do something similar to this. How about internet in the sky, satellite-based internet? Right now, Starlink has over 6,700 satellites and counting, and they have coverage of everything in green. But not only is Starlink trying to put in a constellation of satellites, so are other companies. So in the not too distant future, we're going to be able to have satellite-based internet. Now, the value of that is that in many local communities, when the earthquake happens, they lose all power and the sirens don't work, nothing works. But if you have your source of information coming from a satellite, you bypass the infrastructure at the local area. So let's get back to this. Imagine a tsunami alert system that uses smartphone and satellite-based internet technologies to guide evacuations for residents and visitors. Something like this. You're on the beach in Bali, Indonesia, and you're a tourist, and you get this message that says, there's been an earthquake. Why don't you go take this route and go to high ground? And since that smartphone is equipped with a camera and a microphone, you could have two-way communication to provide situational awareness for rescue and recovery operations. This is possible today with today's technology. For most places, the satellite-based internet technologies will be global probably in the next 2 to 3 years. So all of this response for the Tsunami Ready could be taken up by this technology. Now, the second thing I'd like to talk about is saving lives. And I'd like to use the 2011 Japanese tsunami because it was the most studied tsunami ever in terms of what happened to people during the tsunami, because we're medical examiners for all people who died. So the tsunami casualties at risk include the best prepared country in the world was Japan, had about 3% casualties in the tsunami hazard areas. In contrast, Banda Aceh was unprepared, no warning system in place, had about 25% casualties. So that shows you the difference between being prepared and not being prepared. Projected casualties for the next tsunamis is between 3 and 25%, people living and working in tsunami hazard areas. Now, if you take the 6 million people in India, 3% puts you at about 180,000 people. So that's a lot of people. 3% is a small number, but we're talking about individuals, loved ones, people that we want to see after the next tsunami. In Japan, they had about 19,000 casualties, 2,600 missing, 6,000 injured. Now, note the injuries are about 1/3 the casualties. This is reverse of most natural disasters. In other words, when you get swept up in a tsunami, you usually don't survive. How did they die? And again, this is unique because Japan had a medical examination of every person who died. And this is how they died. 17,700 people died by drowning, hit by floating objects, hypothermia, body temperature dropped. It was March, so the water temperature was cold. They swallowed dirty, contaminated water, sediment, and toxic fluids. 4% were crushed. 1% were burned. This was a surprising number for me. A flooding event, and you have people dying from being burned to death. And 2% unknown. And then another surprising result was after the tsunami and the land dried out, the mud contained these toxic, contaminated water elements, and people from the dust from the sediments that was laid down in the cities inhaled some of this toxic chemicals, and they died later of tsunami lung, it called. They inhaled this dirty, contaminated dust, and then they died later. So that's a very telling thing, that tsunamis not only kills people immediately, but downstream. And here's a picture of the black tsunami. That water is contaminated with toxic material from the floor of the harbor there, and people who ingested it either during the tsunami or after were not able to survive. Fires, you don't normally associate flooding events with fires, but look how intense this fire is here. And then the other thing is it transports flammable material into areas that you may not have flammable materials. For example, this ship was floated inland, and it contains thousands of gallons of diesel, which once that fire got to it, it blew up and spread fire more. So then after the 2011 tsunami, I visited a community called Kuroshio-choi. And what they are trying to do is have 0 victims. And I was inspired by this. So I went there and talked to the mayor, and he said, we can do it. We can do it. We're going to do it. He was convinced he could do it. And so here is his problem. Kuroshio-choi is along the subduction zone of the Nankai Trough. And the tsunami is projected to arrive in about 15 minutes. And here's the tsunami evacuation map indicated in these red colors. And so there's about 4,600 people that have to evacuate quickly. And there are medical institutions, railway stations, fishing facilities, housing. And so what they did, and they have to get about 700 to 800 meters in 15 minutes. So what they did was they looked at the existing 2 options of horizontal evacuation on foot, bicycle, vehicle, vertical evacuations. The government of Japan built vertical evacuation towers for them. But there are still problems with both options because people are either unable or unwilling to evacuate to communal facilities. Let me explain. Kuroshio-choi made major improvements to facilitate horizontal evacuation. Here's an example where they had a pathway, and then they put a concrete pathway with bars to help. But there are problems with this because in getting to 800 meters away, some elderly and disabled needed assistance. They're too far from the residence and too much time to evacuate. But there are people unwilling to evacuate because they don't trust the warning information. Or at the time, remember we just had a pandemic a few years ago, fear of disease, fear of safety. Some people thought in these gathering spots, bad people could be there and no pets allowed. And for many people, this is a no-brainer. This is a showstopper. Here's the vertical evacuation towers they had. Still, people unable to climb stairs. There's a potential fire problem. Let's say a fishing boat was washed into the tower and it was caught on fire. And these things have capacity and they can't be exceeded. But unwilling to evacuate, again, distrust, fear of structural failure and fire, fear of safety and looting, and no pets allowed, and exceeds capacity. So vertical and horizontal evacuations are not without their shortcomings. So they did an analysis. They did several drills over the years, and they practiced evacuations. And what they found was that after all this preparation, 3% of the population, in this case, about 153 people, would die. 3%. So what can we do? One option might be shelter in place, immediate access. Evacuation time is less than a minute. Shelter is located at a residence or a business, but it must protect occupants from drowning, being hit by crushed or floating objects, being burned by fires, being exposed to cold water, or swallowing toxic dirt and tsunami water, or being exposed to contagious diseases. Japan has built one, a shelter-in-place example. I'm going to show you 2 examples of the shelter-in-place. And Japan has one First of all, it's watertight. It floats to protect from drowning people being crushed or hit by floating objects ingesting silt-laden tsunami water. But unfortunately, it's made of fiber reinforced plastic that may melt in fires, and they could produce toxic fumes inside this container. But it's insulated to protect from cold water, storage for personal items, food and water, provide shelter after the tsunami subsides, and you're not exposed to diseases, except for these ones. So this comes in a 20-person version and an 8-person version. It's been tested, but dropped. Self-righting test. It drops. It's not. If it gets hits by a floating object, it probably won't break apart. So it's a safe, reliable option to protect people who can't or are unwilling to evacuate to shelters. Another one is a survival capsule, and this was designed by an aerospace engineer, similar to the capsules that come back from space to protect occupants from different forces. So it's watertight, floats to protect from drowning, being crushed or hit, or being ingested. It's a floating sphere. Here's an example of it floating. Aircraft grade aluminum it's made of, which protects you from being crushed or punctured, and it also protects you from fires. It's insulated to protect from cold water, and if you happen to encounter fires, it will protect you from that heat. Here's the silver lining within that capsule. Storage for personal items, food and water, provide shelter after the tsunami subsides, and you're not exposed to diseases. Here is an example of being exposed to thermal testing. This was done by a Hollywood group that wanted to show how one of their heroes could survive being blowtorched by the bad guys. And it was floated over Palouse Falls. It's a 60-meter waterfall. It hit the water at 75 miles an hour, 33 meters per second. The fastest tsunami we've recorded so far goes about 10 meters per second. So shelter in place summary. Next tsunami will kill between 3 and 25% of people. By incorporating shelter in place options to complement existing horizontal and vertical evacuation practices, we can reduce or eliminate the number of deaths from the next tsunami. So 0 casualties is possible from the next tsunami. So evacuation, horizontal, vertical, shelter in place equals 0. Let's hope you can take this to heart. So in conclusion, advances in tsunami resilience since 2004 have been significant and effective. The world is now protected from distant tsunamis and no problems. However, local tsunamis continue to kill, as we saw in Indonesia in 2018. Self-evacuation during local tsunamis is the pathway to 0 casualties from the next tsunamis. Emerging technologies such as smartphones and satellite-based internet hold promise for providing timely, appropriate information for individuals to take action, and shelter in place should be incorporated into existing evacuation plans for those unable or unwilling to evacuate. Aiming for 0 victims. Tsunami ready. Questions? Hello?
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Eddie Bernard. It was a fantastic presentation. You made everything sound so simple. And then we hope we can implement some of this, at least in select pockets, and then test whether it actually works. But technically, it sounds very good. And then especially your idea of using cell phones and then the satellite-based warning systems, that seems to be something like a low-hanging fruit, which can immediately be taken up. And then I'm sure some of these things are being tried out in various pockets all over the world.
Well, I was I was really impressed that India has the second largest number of smartphones.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are a smartphone nation.
Yeah.
And I would say that it's part of your culture. It's going to be in everyone's hands. I mean, I think when you leave your house in the morning, probably your smartphone is the most important thing you take with you. So I think it's become part of our culture everywhere. But you and your citizens in India are particularly adept at using this. So
I had instances where I walked off with my phone, but I forgot to take the house key. So, so that is
so much for my theory. Okay.
And yeah, that was a wonderful presentation. And then, are there any questions you would like to?
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernard, for your really fascinating presentation. I'm interested in the shelters in place, about the costs, and also the capsule one. It looked like it could take 2 people, but is there different sizes for different numbers of people? And I'm really interested to know what the costs are for both the Japanese and the US shelters in place. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Pricing. Well, first of all, the survival capsule can be expanded into a 10-foot or 3.3 meter diameter sphere, which could hold up to 12 people. So it comes in sizes of 2, 4, 8, 10, and 12. So it comes in various sizes. Now, the price points for these are still since the inflation has jumped in the last few years, the 2022 cost estimates were about $5,000 per person for the survival capsule. So a 12-person capsule would cost about $60,000 back in 2022. Okay, so I don't know what the new numbers would be. But I couldn't get any information about the shelter in place from Japan. Their website had no information about pricing. I sent them an email and I received no reply. So I don't know what their costs are. But I will say that in the United States, they've embraced the concept of vertical towers. And a vertical tower that holds 1,000 people in the United States would cost about $16 million. So you're looking at $16,000 per person for vertical evacuation versus, say, $5,000 for a capsule per person. So it's about 1/3 the cost of using vertical evacuation towers. An interesting thing about vertical evacuation towers happened in Indonesia, in Padang. There was a tsunami warning issued. Fortunately, there was no tsunami. And the Japanese government had offered to build vertical evacuation towers in Padang. Well, when the warning was issued, people ran right past these vertical evacuation towers. And when they interviewed people following it, they said, "Why didn't you use them?" And they said, "Well, we don't trust them. We don't think they'll survive." So, you can build these things, but you have to make sure that the people that are in harm's way will actually use them. So that's why Tsunami Ready is so important. You've got to get the community has to decide how they want to operate. They don't want some foreign gift coming along and saying, the same thing happened in the United States. Our Federal Emergency Management Agency will subsidize the cost of a tsunami tower, but they only pay 25%. So they pay 75%. 25% has to be raised by the local community. And even though some communities in the United States have been tsunami ready 20 years, we have one community right now that 95% of the people are going to die because they can't get out in time. But they won't spend the money to build a tower. So this is, again, you can be tsunami ready, but that's different than zero casualties. You have to think the community has to embrace zero casualties as opposed to tsunami ready, in my opinion. It's the compassionate resilience, zero casualties.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Shelman Fai, a PhD scholar in the ASF program. Thank you very much, Dr. Bernard. Mine has to do with asking about, because I'm working on the role of youths and children in terms of tsunami risk communication. You mentioned about the issue of smartphones, and sometimes developing countries is not all the time that people have access to smartphones. Children can be vulnerable, the youths can be vulnerable. Sometimes it's very difficult in terms of affordability and access. And looking at the global perspective, we are coming from different regions. I'm from West Africa in particular. So I'm not just focusing on tsunami alone, but I'm also thinking of multi-hazards, where you may have floods, cyclones, etc. What do you think you can advise? We know, for example, if it's a school system, maybe the children at that age may not be able to have access to smartphones at times, depending on the class in which they are, maybe the age they are having. But probably other stakeholders like the teachers in the school system and other important people within the vicinity. So countries differ in terms of their capital, in terms of their human development, in terms of the material that they are having, or in terms of even people having access to basic needs. So what would you advise in a scenario where you come from a country where the vulnerability can be very high as a way of an alternative to overcome such a challenge? Thank you very much.
That's an excellent question. And part two of my evolving technologies was about the satellite-based internet system. That's going to come about. It's too profitable to not come about. Elon Musk was the first person to think about this in terms of a global internet access. One analogy you could say is that when cell phones came into existence, it was wireless. You didn't need telephone cables, telephone wires strung all over your country to talk. And I think the same thing with internet, satellite-based internet. You will have in your country access to this internet. Now, as a practical person, you don't want to rely on one technology because it could fail. So it's not foolproof, but chances are that because our culture is so embedded in the use of cell phone and smartphone technology, it's going to be more robust than anything else we're going to come up with. It may not be perfect, but it's the closest thing we're going to have to a reliable communication system. So there's going to be competition. Starlink is just one. There's several other companies that are investing in the same technology. So within this, smartphone has become ubiquitous. It's going to be part of our culture now and in the future. And I think it's time that the last 20 years, this technology has evolved. And we're still talking about seismometers that cost $600,000 to install, and then telegraph it to a warning center, where Google had just shown you got 7 billion seismometers floating around out there. Why not use them? And that direct link provides us with the opportunity to then save lives at the local community level. At the local level, information needs to get in your hands. See, Google puts what you need. When an earthquake happens, what do? Drop, cover, hold. When a tsunami happens, what do you need? You need to know, where do I go to evacuate? Here's a map. Okay, that's what we need. We don't need to know how big the earthquake was. We don't need to know anything about all these details. All we need to know is where to go. And we can do it. It's possible. But we have to then start thinking of realigning our resources, and maybe buying smartphones for local communities is a better investment than anything else we can make. I'm just posing it as a thought process, okay? We need to rethink, as our previous speaker told, the last mile. And the last mile, today's technology, is smartphones and a satellite-based internet system.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bernard, for that excellent speech and then responding to the questions. Now we'll go to the next speaker from Indonesia. She's Dr. Ramawati Hussain. She's an assistant professor in the University of Muhammadiyah in Indonesia. She is an urban and regional planner and then has been working for more than 20 years in the field of disaster and humanitarian related work. And she was also in the expert panel that was trying to make sure that the government and the NGOs work together. She's also in the advisory board of the National Disaster Management Agency in Indonesia. Uh, uh, Dr. Ramabadi, if you are ready, then we can straight away start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm ready right now. I hope the sound is clear. Yeah, I apologize for not being able to be there. I'm trying, and thank you for having me. I'm going to talk about the Family Resilient Program for Community Preparedness. As many already know that Indonesia remain within the top 5 countries in the world frequently hit by natural disaster. And Indonesia is archipelago country where we have 17,000 islands. So when we talk about what we should do, it's not easy if we are not preparing the community, because they are the one who need to help themselves. So it's a challenging to respond the archipelago country where we have many disaster, and Indonesia is the 4th most populated country in the world, which is all full community is having a risk and vulnerable to disaster. I just want to give the 4th latest year that every year the disaster is increasing all over Indonesia, and the casualty is also increasing every year. And you may see in the map how we are all part of Indonesia is having a risk of earthquake and tsunami, because we are under the ring of fire and 3 plate, yeah, under the Indian Ocean. The last one is the 20 years ago, as we commemorate right now. It's near Indonesia where we have 160,000 casualties. And this is for the earthquake. But more of the earthquake in Indonesia right now is a swallow earthquake, not like earthquake because of the plate, but mostly as because of the fault on the land, which is also dangerous and destructive. And this is all the other major volcano in Indonesia that spread from Aceh to Papua. So if you are not aware that Indonesia stretch like from London to Moscow, it is 8 hours by plane from side to side. It's quite far, and every island they have an volcano, except in Borneo we don't have, but we almost have his every year. And this is the recent flood in Indonesia. So all islands are having risk. So what should we do? So government of Indonesia start having the regulation on disaster response village to prepare the village level to respond any type of disaster. Within the village level, we have the Family Resilient Program, which is just newly launched in 2022, but it is part of the Village Resilient Program, which along with the sub-program. So I want to share here the importance of the Resilient Program to prepare the community for the future disaster, learning from the tsunami. And we are having like 6 part of the program, not only family, but house of prayers, because we also have many religion in Indonesia, And then we also have market or traditional market resilient program, safe school and safe madrasah program, health facility resilient and resilient housing. This is part of the regulation that already started in 2012. How we shifting from response to mitigation and prevention. And this is the way how it works, the coordination from government and non-government education, knowledge, and also technology practices to community-based disaster risk management, which is become the major shifting from the response to the mitigation. And the disaster resilient family Katana objective is one of the benchmark that we want to improve the disaster handling capability of the villages. And within this TANA, resiliency 7 object, including the residential area where families have to be prepared. And we learn based on the research in the 1995 in Japan survey result, the highest percentage of survivor of the earthquake were those who saved themselves, reaching 35%, family member 31%, and friends and neighbor. That's why we focus on the family resilient project or program within the village level, because they are themselves who save their family and their program. And this Katana become part of the sustainable movement that reduce disaster incident by taking precautionary measures against them and allowing optimal recovery from disaster. And the stage in Katana is we having like understanding the risk, knowing safe building house, and then early warning, family preparedness plan, and family evacuation plan. So within this program, we introduce the process for providing the community to understand the risk, and then to know at least how is the safe building house, early warning, and early preparedness. So we understanding risk using the YOGO framework on the risk, how we increase the capacity and also lessen the vulnerability. I'm just going to what because we don't have the much time. So with this program, we want to increase the capacity of the community by increasing at the family level. How to understand the resilient house, although they are not engineering or they are not knowing the technical part, at least they know the main principle. For example, the safe building materials, so they are exposed to know what their house made from, so they know how to understand their own house, and then the safe building, the foundation walls, so they can avoid something that dangerous if it fall because of the earthquake. And then also the safe space, where the space that is also introduced during the training. So this is all been doing by both the government and also the non-government. And this is the family preparedness plan, the early warning to identifying risks within their home areas, knowing evacuation point, and also identifying safe point inside home. So this is part of what we introduce the community level, and knowing where to go and also safe place to go. So this is part of the family resilient program. And they all need to have the emergency plan and also keep all the information within their family. So this is what we encourage the family have their part. And the family resilient program need to be introduced in all different level. And I just want to go through what my organization work. This is all the part that used by the government and non-government to introduce the family resilient program. And I want to show how is the Muhammadiyah, the organization is where I'm also chairing for the unit of the disaster management involved in resilience. Why the faith-based organization is important? I'm just giving the how Muhammadiyah have hospital, district, university, colleges, schools, and everywhere throughout Indonesia. And this is part of the capacity that we could build for the resilience on the ground. And Muhammadiyah has been responded from Aceh to Papua, stretch from this near the Malaysia and here near the Papua New Guinea. And why local faith important? Because the faith institution often enjoy close proximity to those are part of the population affected by wider crisis or disaster. And the personnel frequently volunteer from the local faith institution, often present before crisis, during the crisis, and after the crisis, which is very important to work with the community to increase their resiliency. And then the local faith institution have material and social asset, which make them a natural locus for disaster response and preparedness. Most churches and temples, because we also have a community of Buddhists and Hindus in Indonesia, established charity platform which not only working during disaster, but is also working before disaster. And religious leader and faith community provide basic services during and after disaster. That's why local faith institution is very much involved and important to be involved in the community resilient program. And I just want to give some of the example of the activity, how the local faith institution work with the community in preparing the area and how to identify working with the community to the religious gather, introducing the information about the risks in the community, and also working with not only elderly, but children and also people with disabilities. It's very important to be inclusive because everyone can affect it. So it is, this is part of the work that we done in the community by having training in various part of the world. This is part of what we done in five major areas that is very much are prone to disaster or vulnerable to disaster in Sumatra, Java, North Maluku, and also in Lombok is island near Bali. And what we do, improving management of human resources and emergency response to understand what they have to do if things happen, preparing them to be able to help themselves, and then they also develop guidance for all the volunteers. And what we do is first is having facilitator training, understanding risk and disaster, and managing training and forming disaster and forming village preparedness team and drill and simulation. And I want to go back what the challenges because it's already 20 minutes. Let me go to the challenges. The issue in Indonesia in terms of the disaster village, we up to now only been able to work in 5,000 villages out of 80,000 villages that prone to disaster. So it is really still a challenge for Indonesia to expose the family resilient program out of the 82,000. And then not all has a family resilient program. Some focus on the village disaster management plan. So preparing the document, not really work how to test the family, whether they are ready or not, and still we improve the monitoring and evaluation. And then still a problem of lack of public knowledge and awareness about disaster management, inadequate procedure and regulation at the local level. and then disaster information and communication system that still have not been integrated. Like I just listened for the discussion about the technology. Many villages still not having, for example, access to internet. So early warning system is not there. So it's still an issue for some remote area, especially the island, the outer island, the small island, which is become a huge issue to provide early warning system. And then the last is ineffective interinstitutional coordination and a lack of evaluation and monitoring. I think this is challenges that we face, and I would love to have a question and answer. I'm just sharing how we try to increase the resiliency at the community to prepare themselves if things happen, because on average Indonesia have 3,000 to 4,000 event annually, and like my organization responded more than 100 event annually, from eruption, earthquake, and earthquake with tsunami, and the last one, earthquake, tsunami, liquefaction, and landslide in the same time in 2018. So it's not always earthquake creating the tsunami, but it also earthquake can cause the landslide and also liquefaction, which is something that we always learn a new thing after the event that hit. So I will end with that. Thank you for having me, and I hope this also provides some different perspective how to build the resiliency at the community level. Thank you, and offer to you, and I return to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain. Maybe we can take a couple of questions now.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Hussain. This is Dr. D. Datta, from adjunct professor here in the Amrita University. It's wonderful, the presentations and a very practical approach, like coming from an academia, like it shows that how you're well rooted into the community. My only one question is that it was a psychosocial, the approach of the women and the children. Were there any quantification in terms of that psychosocial resilience building? Quantification of the psychosocial resilience building.
Okay. Okay. Should I respond directly, or I can get more questions? Okay, then I will respond. Thank you. Very good question. Yeah, I work both in university and also on the ground with the organization. So we see here that based on our experience, the psycho-social approach are very important for women and children. So we prepare in terms of the psychosocial, we prepare the student from psychology in Muhammadiyah University, because Muhammadiyah is non-government who has 178 university across Indonesia. So we are having a training in our network university. I believe like Amrita have many branches, yeah. So we have also the branches in many parts of Indonesia, and we prepare them to not only after disaster, but during disaster and before disaster. So we train the psychologists, students, and also lecturer to be able to prepare themselves. And we also integrated, since Muhammadiyah is also a Muslim organization, the approach is using the faith institution for psychosocial. So we are not only using the psychological approach in terms of use based on the psychology perspective, but we also use the faith as part of the psychosocial issue. So we, like I give the example, during the tsunami in 2014, 20 years ago, that we sent the not the preacher, but friends to listen what they have, what they have a problem in their mind, do just talking with people. So we send our volunteers to be there to listen and then work with them using religious perspective. And we also send the university psychology student and lecturer to accompany them through children center program. So we address the children center program, and we also have a group that accompany the women, because women suffer more because they have to work with their family, and they also have to survive themselves, because many women become the female householder, yeah, like in after the tsunami. So we try to accompany them, not only psychosocial, but we also work for economy. So through the talking with them, what is the problem, accompanying them using religious perspective, and then get together and provide them also the livelihood practices and skills to be able to face the disaster crisis. I hope this answer your question, how we do the psychosocial approach through different type of activities.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hussain. Now we will go to the next speaker. We would have loved to have more questions coming in, but then we're also running late to catch up with the time. So the next speaker is Srimati Sushma Behera, who is the Managing Director of Orissa State Disaster Mitigation Authority, Management Authority. She will talk about tsunami ready certification in Orissa journey so far. I think recently you also had a meeting on this particular topic. So we would like to we are waiting eagerly to listen to you. I didn't have the pleasure of going to OSDMA recently, but after the 99 cyclone, we were regular, especially UN agencies were working very closely. But at least for the last 5-6 years, I have not been to OSDMA. So eagerly waiting for your talk.
Namaskar. A very good morning to all of you. It's a great privilege to be here. And I thank Dr. Manisha, who is a good friend of mine. And I thank Amma, and I thank this Amrita University for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share the activities that has been taken up by the government of Odisha for the people of Odisha on disaster management. Next slide.
Do we have a provision? Change the slide here. Please give control to speaker.
The journey of Odisha on disaster management started right after this 1999 super cyclone. Then we all know about this 2001 huge earthquake as well as the tsunami. And this Disaster Management Act also has enforced lot many legislations, and that also has helped us to do in a enforced manner to have this disaster management in Odisha. And we have this post-super cyclone interventions in Odisha. And we started with this constitution of OSTMA. As we all know, OSTMA was first of its kind in India to have such an institution, because this super cyclone taught us that we need to have one established institution of government which could lead the process of disaster management in the state, and which will lessen the loss of life, property, and infrastructure, everything in Odisha. So in 1999, soon after this super cyclone, in December, we had this OSTMA. Then we thought of going for the shelters also. And we have shelters, multi-cyclone shelters, and multi-level this flood shelters also, and multi-purpose. And these shelters are 904 in number right now. And we are again planning for constituting and building another 500 shelters in 5 years, in coming 5 years. And for this year, in 2025, we are going to have 100 shelters for the state of Odisha. Then we have, as we all know, we have Odisha, this rapid action, disaster rapid action force, and which also came into being in the year 2000 itself. And we started thus mitigating the effects of disaster. And it is also again the first of its kind in India. We have redundant communication, and we have these all IEC activities ongoing for this mitigating the disaster management. And with the help of UN, we came to know that a lot many activities could be taken up at the village level. So we came up with the participation of the communities. And through that way, we went for preparing the disaster management plans. And we had CBDP program under this cooperation and collaboration and with UN agencies, UNDP. And the program started in the year 2000. From 2000 to 2003, we started the CBDP program, and this community involvement was involved, and the community involvement began through that program only. And in that program, we had 14 villages. They were trained under disaster management. They became associated with the community became associated with all the activities of government. And subsequently, we went with this DRR program, Disaster Risk Reduction Program, again with the help of UNDP. And again, we went with the DRM program. I'm telling you about all these programs just because to tell you, since 2000 onwards, the community has constantly been involved with all the activities of disaster management in Odisha. We started having knowledge partners. All the multipurpose cyclone shelters and flood shelters have been designed as per the design provided by IIT Kharagpur. So after 2000, we started having knowledge partner like this IITs, this IMD, INCOIS, and many more. We went for resilient infrastructure because the shelters before cyclone, we had 65 shelters of Red Cross, Indian Red Cross. So Indian Red Cross societies, those shelters saved many lives. So we learned a lesson from them, and we started having the shelters of our own. And we went for this saline embankment under this World Bank program. We went for this shelter approach roads, and we went for the rehabilitation colony also. And that is again a story. In 1971, we saw some villages submerged into these 7 villages. Sat Bhaiya, it is called Sat Bhaiya. So these 7 villages got submerged into water, into the sea. So we tried relocating these people into a new relocated colony, that is a rehabilitation colony, that is called a Bogapatia colony. There we have rehabilitated 571 families. We have these ODRP houses also. These are all resilient houses. After this file in 2013, we went for constructing these resilient houses with the help of World Bank. And under that program, we have 16,000 houses in Puri, and 16,000 houses in Ganjam, 3,470 houses in Puri, and some 300 odd houses are constructed in Khordha district. So in a way, we have constructed 19,000 resilient houses under Odisha Disaster Recovery Project Program. Then we started having the enforcement, the way I said, we started having enforcing this DM Act also. And in the year 2021, we went for amendment of this Gram Panchayat Act, GP Act, and we made the provisions for GP, DP, and GP DMP integration by the government of Odisha, PR and DW department, public water Panchayat Raj and this drinking water department. And this department made the amendment enforcing the sarpanch to make the disaster management plan at the Gram Panchayat level. So that is a mandate given to the sarpanch in government of Odisha under this GP Act. And this also enforces that there should not be any discrimination during distribution of relief during any kind of disaster. We have an IRS notification in place as per the executive instruction of NDMA. And another enforcement under DM Act has been made under Section 22, subsection H. During the COVID, under this DM Act, under this provision, Odisha had declared all the sarpanch and given the power of collector to declare the containment zones so as to contain the spread of the disease. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, sure.
Sorry, small announcement. So we have this poster evaluation going on parallelly. So only the present days, please be available near your posters. Judges are waiting for you. Only the present days. Right? Yeah. Thank you.
And we have invested under the SDMF also. We have recently we have given 200 crores to the Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation, and under that urban flooding mitigation measures are being taken up. Accordingly, we have taken so many measures with different departments. And these are all more or less in a nutshell the activities that has been taken up on disaster management by government of Odisha. Now I will come to the tsunami preparedness made by government of Odisha. Odisha was first of its kind. Its two villages, Venkatraipur and Noliasai, were the two villages which got the tsunami ready certification under this UNESCO IOC program. And it happened in the year 2021. And after that, we had been mandated by IOC UNESCO to go for more villages, getting them tsunami ready. And accordingly, we have tried getting, we have a coastline of 480 kilometers. And out of that, 381 villages are tsunami threat villages. So, and this year, we have tried to get the recognition for another 24 villages. And renewal of those two villages, which have already covered 4 years, as per the provisions of IOC UNESCO. And recently, this NTRB team from INCOIS had visited government, this Odisha and its 26 villages, and they have also recommended, they have recognized these 26 villages, and they have also recommended for the IOC certification. On 11th of December this year only, we got the recognition for 26 villages, and the recognition also we are going to get from INCOIS on 26th of this month. These are the two villages, IOTR certified villages in Odisha 2020. We got the recognition in 2021. And this is the workshop I attended in 2022. And there we were mandated to go for more villages, and we have tried, and recently we have gone through. These are the 24 villages which we have made tsunami ready. And the tsunami ready villages, the journey started like after the Bali conference, we came back and we just had this discussion with the government of Odisha high level officials, and they agreed that yes, Odisha also will go for this tsunami ready program. And accordingly, this all these state level, first initially we went for the state level orientation program. All the officers from the district level, these officers were oriented and they were declared as the TOTs, and they went back to the ground level and they started training the officers initially, the school teachers and the Anganwadi workers and the ASA workers and all of them. And gradually these things that went down, the PRI members also, they also came up with all these orientation program. And with this sarpanch and all these PRI members only, we went to the communities and we started training them about the threat and the evacuation process and how to come out of this tsunami. if it comes up. And these are all pictures of this cluster level training program we have conducted all these years, 23 January to near about October 24. 23 January to October 24. All these months we took just to prepare ourselves, to prepare the communities for the certification program, and ultimately we got it in December 2011. These are the tsunami evacuation map. As we all know, many speakers have already told that there are 12 indicators. Out of that, this preparation of the tsunami evacuation map is one of them, and very crucial one. And these villages themselves, they have prepared this map. It is not that the NGOs, it is not that the government officials, they have gone. They have definitely, they were there besides them, but it is the people who were fully involved and who have prepared these maps themselves. And we have these are not only the pictures, they are placed in all the 26 villages. And these are all, this is again another indicator to set by this IOC UNESCO. These are all our outreach and public awareness programs, leaflets and the posters and the wall paintings and the cultural programs that we go through. Community level tsunami exercise mock drill that is conducted every year. And this is a plan. This is tsunami readiness plan that is called, the way we make this disaster, village level disaster management plan. This is tsunami management plan. And in Odisha, we have every year we make 10,000 village level disaster management plan. Last year, we completed 10,000 village level disaster management plan, what we call VDMP. Again, it is the mandate of Disaster Management Act 2005. And right now, we are having another 10,000 villages VDMP getting ready. But this is a separate one. This is for the tsunami management plan. Since people have that knowledge and people have that involvement of making VDMP since 2003, that is why it is easy for them to make the tsunami management plan as well. The NTRB board also, they visited Odisha recently in the month of November to inspect the preparation and the way the villages have been made ready. And the certification has been given by INCOIS for all these 26 villages. And I'll say the success behind this, getting all these 26 villages become possible just because of the involvement of the communities. And in these communities also, we have 4,800 Apad Mitra volunteers with the help of NDMA. We have 40,000 shelter level task force and first aid volunteers. And every year we go for the training of these volunteers. And if this year the training goes on, the next year we go for the refreshment course also. And annual mock drill on every 18th of June, we conduct the mock drill. That is tabletop exercise on 18th of June. And on 19th of June, we conduct this mock drill, annual mock drill. It is mandatory. You can call it as a ritual. Every year, be it a Sunday, be it a holiday, or be it of any kind of thing that goes on and that should not disrupt this program. So continuously, we keep on doing this. So people are involved in the process, mock drill process. And secondly, on 5th of November every year, we observe this tsunami mock drill also. Way forward, I'll say this, the mandate of another one thing I forgot to tell you. This, the disaster management has been inducted in the school curriculum of the children of Odisha in all the schools from class 8 up to the graduation level. It has been added as a school curriculum. And secondly, all the PRI members of the state of Odisha, they are just getting trained on disaster management, and that has been taken up under this capacity building program, and it is a mandate of government of Odisha. And all the government officials, right from class 4 up to the chief secretary of Odisha, all are also getting the disaster management curriculum and online training curriculum also. And that is also getting out to be a compulsory provision for the people of Odisha and this government of Odisha through their ASA workers, to their Anganwadi workers, through their volunteers, and through this forest guards and all the health workers. So all levels of people, right from the community, right up to the government officers, right up to the PRI members, right from the school children, all are made well aware about the management of disasters in Odisha. And our way ahead for disaster management in Odisha is this. We are committed to make the 381 villages as tsunami ready villages. And this year it is planned by end of 2025 December, we are going to complete 100 villages, and we are going to apply for tsunami ready recognition for 100 villages by end of December 2025. We are going to make this 101 risk informed VDMP, village disaster management plan, but it is risk informed and it is with the help of World Bank. And we are going to install 2 Doppler radar stations at Sambalpur and in Baleshwar for more accurate prediction of weather forecasting. We are going to conduct this hazard risk vulnerability analysis in the state, and it is going to be the first of its kind. And we are going to install 434 AWS and 6,624 ARGs also for weather monitorings in the state. So this brings to the end of my presentation. This is more or less about the disaster management activities in the state of Odisha, and this is regarding our journey of getting recognition of 26 villages by UNESCO, IOC, as well as by NCOS. But now I'll like to show you a small video that we have done on our preparation for disaster management and for tsunami. Thank you. Village. So community preparedness in Odisha is not a program, but it is a culture for the people of Odisha. So can we show the film?
"20 years ago, on 26th December 2004, the world witnessed one of the worst marine tragedies in history, the tsunami. Giant tidal waves caused by a devastating earthquake in the Andamans and Sumatra subduction zone of the Indian Ocean region swept across the coast, killing over 10,000 people. The disaster was a major lesson for nations along the Indian Ocean. In an effort to save humankind from such disasters in the future, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO has drawn up a Tsunami Ready Recognition Program. As part of the program, the Indian National Centre for Ocean Information Services, INCOIS, under the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India is providing technical support to coastal states of the country to make them tsunami ready. India is the first among the 56 countries in the Indian Ocean region to implement the Tsunami Ready program. As you all know, Odisha, a role model in disaster management, is also the first tsunami-ready state. In the year 2020, 2 coastal villages of Odisha, Venkat Raipur in Ganjam district and Nolia Sahi in Jagat Singhpur district, were recognized as the first tsunami-ready villages at international level. Odisha has a sprawling 480-kilometer long coastline. There are 381 villages and habitations located within 1.5 kilometer of the coastline spread across the 6 coastal districts in Odisha which face the threat of tsunami. In an effort to make these villages and habitations tsunami ready, Odisha State Disaster Management Authority is laying emphasis on the required preparation, building the necessary infrastructure, effective use of local resources, use of the latest technology, and empowering the community time and again to save the lives of the people residing within that community. The Tsunami Ready Recognition Certification, as conferred by UNESCO, is given based on the 12 indicators set by UNESCO. Soon after receiving the tsunami alert message from INCOIS, the State Emergency Operations Center at the state level gets activated and it passes the alert messages to District Emergency Operations Center. Besides, alert siren towers have also been installed at 122 locations along the coastlines of Odisha, which alert people living in the nearby villages within 1.5 km of the coastline about the threat of impending tsunami. After receiving the warning through alert siren, the people living along the coast are evacuated to safe shelters on their own and by the help of community volunteers or community tsunami champions as practiced during the tsunami mock drill conducted from time to time. The travel time of tsunami to Odisha coast is around 3 hours. To complete the evacuation process within this short time, OSDMA is emphasizing community-based preparation and planning. Volunteers from village help in identifying tsunami-prone areas, creating awareness among the people about tsunami, identifying tsunami evacuation routes for safe and quick evacuation, and conducting awareness programs on tsunami and alert sirens. A thorough analysis is done on the people at risk, which includes vulnerable population like women, children, older population, people with disability, and critical infrastructures beforehand. Utmost priority is given to the rescue and evacuation of these vulnerable people when a tsunami warning is received. People are trained in such a way that they can move to safe shelters using the pre-identified evacuation routes within minutes of a tsunami warning is received. Every tsunami-ready village has a pre-designated safe shelters. The local people and school children are made aware well in advance about the science behind tsunami, the magnitude of devastations it could cause, and also on safe evacuation routes. Tsunami signage boards have also been installed. Tsunami IEC materials like posters and wall painting have been displayed at various places in the villages. The aim of the state government is to ensure zero casualty. OSDMA is fully prepared to fight the menace of tsunami using technology, planning, and educating the community. Constituted in the wake of the devastating super cyclone in 1999, OSDMA has set an example in disaster management. The preparation and mitigation plan put together by OSDMA has earned Odisha a name as Tsunami Ready State. 24 more villages in the 6 coastal districts have been added to the list of Tsunami Ready villages recognized by the National Tsunami Ready Board. OSDMA is committed to make all the 381 villages and habitation as tsunami-ready communities. This effort will undoubtedly set trend for other coastal states to follow the path in saving lives and property and get their community as tsunami-ready communities.
Susmita Behera will be here the whole day. So I would request you all to bilaterally ask a questions or clarifications if you have. In the interest of time, I think we will skip the question and answer session now. And then, so we will conclude this one, and it was an excellent presentation. As I mentioned, that Orissa has always been an interesting place for UNDP. In fact, the larger disaster risk management program was developed based on implementation of a model project in 29 villages in Orissa. So that helped us to identify the strategy and then the whole approach and the contents of the program. Everything was developed based on this pilot project. And then we rolled it out in 17 states and about, I think, 270 odd districts. So interesting. You need to be careful of Kerala. It will catch up with you soon. So, and then it is also interesting that this is a state which has not been affected by tsunami, and then they introduced this, and then they were the first. But I think Kerala was affected by tsunami, some parts of it, but they're catching up fast. So being careful of them. Okay, I think with that, over to you.
Now I invite Professor Manisha V. Ramesh, Provost, Amrita Vidyapeetham, to hand over the memento and certificate of appreciation to Srimati Behra. Meanwhile, the tea is served outside. So we are running late, so you can have it outside and then come back and assemble here within 10 minutes. Thank you.
So now we are going to start this session on community resilience and building stronger communities. And technology, Government of India, and currently he is working as an adjunct faculty, adjunct professor in School for Amrita School for Sustainable Futures. So I would like to invite Dr. Debapriya Datta, sir, to chair this session. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raji. Om Namah Shivaya. And I think it is an advantageous to start these sessions because from yesterday itself, number of time we have heard about that how the technological development along with the community resilience is needed. Like, and just before this session also we have heard about that how it's been done. So in order to take that forward, because in yesterday Dr. Manisha was talking about that out of these 3 days we must come out with a new way of handling the disasters like tsunami. And now what we hear over this last 1.5 day, it should be in a multi-hazard the approach. It's no more a single hazards at a time, it's a multi-hazard and the cascading approach. And also that how to involve the technological approach along with the community resilience approach, what we have seen here in case of the Indonesia, we have seen in our own Orissa. So in order to extend that, we will start these sessions, and it's my the distinct privilege to invite the first speaker, Dr. Anand Parthabadan, and whom I know from over a long time, like from his IIT Bombay days to the DST as a TIFAC, DG director's role, and now he's the professor in the School of Public Policy, University of Maryland. So he's a School of Public Policy's professor in the Maryland University of Maryland College Park. And as I have already told that he was a IIT Bombay BTech, and then he was an IIT Bombay MS Civil Engineering PhD, and both he did MS and the PhD from Carnegie Mellon University. And then his research focus on mitigation and adaptation responses to climate change and the assessment of vulnerability and adaptation, as well as a broader issue of science, technology, innovation policy. He is a coordinating lead author of the IPCC. And actually, he's coming from the IPCC meeting there directly from Indonesia, sir, like, from there to India on his way back home. And currently, he serves as a co-chair of the Science Committee of the World Adaptation Science Program, co-chair of the Adaptable Research Alliance, and co-lead of the Methodology Advisory Group of the Rest to Resilience. So with these huge, the experience behind it, I request Professor Anand Bhattavadan. Thank you.
Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. It is always a real pleasure to come here. This is like home with Amma's grace. And what I'd like to do is share some reflections on climate change and community resilience. So some of you might quite reasonably wonder what is a talk on climate change doing in a conference on tsunami risk reduction. And I hope that in my talk, I can convince you, if not at least to some extent, that there's maybe at least two reasons why we might want to, why such a talk might be appropriate. The first is that climate change will likely make tsunami risk worse, because one of the defining characteristics of climate impacts is the rise in sea level. And that is something where we have quite a lot of confidence. Sea level rise has already been observed. It will likely accelerate. And so obviously, any kind of storm surge, whether it is from a tropical cyclone or it is a tsunami wave, will have greater impact if it happens on a baseline of increased sea level, right? So it changes the risk. But maybe even more importantly, since we are talking of risk reduction in this conference, there are a lot of synergies between how we might respond to tsunami risk. And I'm very happy Dr. Datta used the term multi-hazard, because in fact, at the ground level, when it comes to building community resilience or indeed resilience of societies and systems, we find that resilience is a property of the system and that enables it to respond to a whole range of shocks. In fact, not even natural hazards, they could even be economic shocks, they could be pandemics, they could be other kinds of shocks to which we have to develop coping. So I think what we do in terms of responding to climate related hazards might well help us deal with tsunami risk and vice versa. So what I'm going to do before I'm booted off the stage in about 15 minutes by our chair is really sort of talk about four things. I'll start with a little bit of a quick recap on where we are on climate science and policy to set the stage, because I do want to make that connection between climate change and tsunami risk. I want to talk a little bit about resilience. Then I'd like to share something from the work we have been doing on energy systems as an example of an infrastructure system that is key for resilience. So power, or the availability of power, is obviously a key aspect that we need for continued functioning. And then I'll have some concluding thoughts. Okay, so on the climate, I want to talk a bit about the climate science and the policy landscape, which has been obviously evolving a lot. As Dr. Datta mentioned, all of last week, I was at a scoping meeting in Malaysia where we were discussing the outline of the next assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. As many of you may know, the IPCC is the body that looks at what is the state of scientific knowledge and brings it into the policy process. And we are now just starting the 7th cycle of the assessment report, and we had a scoping meeting to decide that outline. It's very clear when you look at climate science that climate change is happening now. We are already at about 1.3 degrees to 1.4 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels in terms of temperature change. Carbon dioxide concentrations, the principal greenhouse gas, have gone up from about 270 parts per million to 422 parts per million. So that's already a significant increase. So it's already happening. This is not a abstract remote threat for the future. This is happening in the here and now, and we are experiencing those impacts right away. There is obviously, that means a much greater urgency of response, both in terms of mitigation, but also critically in terms of adaptation and building resilience. So it was wonderful to hear from Odisha all that they are doing. A lot of the infrastructure that was mentioned, whether it is automatic weather stations, alerting systems, early warning systems, obviously have utility across a range of hazards. And when you think about adaptation, it is best thought about as a process of iterative risk management that you will have to do over the long term. It's not a one-off thing, you adapt and you're done. It is something that you have to build in. So when our previous speaker talked about culture, it was really important because that then becomes part of what we do. So much we understand from the science. It is quite clear. There's quite a lot of detail on this graph, and those in the back might not be able to see it. But really, my two main takeaways are firstly, that while a lot is being done in terms of mitigation to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases, we are quite a long way from where we need to be in order to achieve the targets, global targets in the Paris Agreement of well below 2 degrees. So our current efforts fall quite short of what is needed for 1.5 or even for 2 degrees, which means that we are likely to experience possible levels of warming, which could be 2.5 degrees or even slightly higher. So which really means that this is something that is going to have fairly serious consequences. So on the policy side, of course, adaptation and resilience has been part of the policy process right from the beginning. So 1992 in the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change itself, uh, you see adaptation as a part of the actual objective of the convention. Article 2 of the UNFCCC talks about adaptation to ensure that food production is not threatened and that economic development proceeds in a sustainable manner. This has been, of course, reinforced in the Paris Agreement, which is the major agreement under which we are operating now in 2015. The Paris Agreement has an entire article specifically just on adaptation, and it actually sets a global goal on adaptation in the Paris Agreement, and that global goal is about reducing vulnerability, increasing resilience. So here's the linkage with resilience and increasing adaptive capacity, all of which there is a direct connection between what we do at the community level and what is a global target. Last year, at COP28 in Dubai, there was a major step forward again, where the countries adopted a global framework for climate resilience, which actually elaborates, provides more detail on what we mean by this global goal. Otherwise, these terms might seem fairly abstract. Again, my apologies. There is a lot of detail on this slide, but there's just a few things I want you to remember from here. So the UAE framework for global climate resilience has really three main components. It has at its core a process of adaptation that starts from assessment of risk to planning, to implementation, to monitoring, evaluation, and learning. So this is a continuous process that needs to operate. And so it's really good that in this conference, we are trying to capture some of the lessons learned and how they may be used for future action. So that's a core of the cycle. This has to obviously operate in a number of different sectors. So the global goal on adaptation, this framework includes a set of thematic targets. So targets for things like food security, water security, disaster risk reduction, and so on. But perhaps of most interest to this conference and this conversation is it also includes a set of enablers. These are things that will help achieving the global goal. And when you look at these enablers, you might recognize some very familiar terms, aspects like leadership, political will, stakeholder engagement, identifying issues of equity and justice, all of which are very critical at the community level for resilience as well. So what is happening with this framework for global climate resilience? The hope is that countries, so under their obligations, as part of their obligations to the climate convention, countries are expected to formulate what are called NAPs. Not take a nap, I hope you don't do that, but national adaptation plans. And the whole idea of national adaptation plans is that we think about adaptation and resilience at a very strategic level. How are we creating a more resilient society? Not just one-off projects that we might do and be done with it, but really think about it more strategically. And so if you look at the national adaptation plans, many countries are working on them. India is in the process of developing that as well. But many of these ideas of enablers, things like institutional arrangements, capacity, finance, leadership, are slowly being picked up in these national adaptation plans, though not as much as we might hope for. So from there, so it's nice to talk about planning, and it's great that these national adaptation plans are thinking of issues that are these enablers of action and enablers of resilience. But what is the lessons from the actual experience of doing implementation? It's always good to sort of step back and see what are the lessons learned from implementation. And I'm showing you some results from work that was done as part of the Adaptation Gap Report. This is something that the United Nations Environment Program brings out every year. And so if you see, and I'm sorry, this text is not so clear on the slide for some reason, but if you look at some of the key factors that are leading to unsatisfactory project performance, they often have to do with things like inefficient implementation, poor decision making, poor management structures, inadequate engagement at the community level, poor coordination between agencies. So a lot of the same kind of factors that will determine whether we are resilient to tsunami risk or other kinds of risk also seem to play out here. In fact, it's very interesting, but one of the lessons from COVID, which was the other really major crisis that we all experienced, the initial thinking with COVID was that the rich countries would all be fine, right? Because, they have resources. But it turned out that was not the case. The actual outcomes in terms of the impacts of COVID are not so easily explained by very simple things like income and wealth. There are a lot more factors that have to do with that determine more effective response. So I think just to think that this whole idea of what are some of these enabling factors that drive resilience at different levels is an important theme. Just to highlight one other thing here, I want to signal. Yeah. One other thing I want to signal is this was also an analysis of lessons learned in terms of sustainability of projects. And I just want to highlight this aspect of lack of community engagement. Again, that if you want interventions to be successful and sustainable over the long run, they have to have buy-in at all levels. Okay, so I've spent a little bit of time on the climate context and hopefully trying to give you a sense that when we start thinking of responding to climate change, a lot of the ideas that are important for community resilience also seem to show up. I want to give now just a couple of minutes based on some of our work, looking more specifically at energy and energy systems and how that serves as often as a link between climate and resilience. In many cases, the impacts of climate change will actually be experienced in terms of changes in extreme events. And so again, this is where the hazards become a central organizing theme. I think I can skip this one. So what is resilience? So resilience in the US National Academy of Sciences is the ability to prepare and plan for and absorb from and eventually more successfully adapt to adverse events, right? So it's a continuous process. It's our ability to plan, recover, but then also anticipate future events. And a slightly longer version of this appears in the IPCC. And again, there's a strong connection between resilience and capacity of systems. So how might we connect risk and resilience? One conceptual way of doing it is to say that if we have a baseline and that baseline suffers a shock because of a hazard, there's two dimensions. How much of it can it absorb? So what's the impact? And how quickly can it recover? And when it recovers, does it recover back to the previous state, or does it actually build back better to a better state? So in some ways, we might think of three dimensions. There's the ability to absorb, there's the ability to recover, and there's the ability to do better in anticipation of the future. And I think these are three aspects that are very interesting, again, when it comes to climate and community resilience. So just a couple of things on electricity. The energy system is obviously a key part of what makes us resilient. In the first place, in the US, outages are primarily driven by extreme weather. There's a lot of interest now in looking at reliability, measures of reliability and availability of energy systems in different disasters. Outages have been increasing. Weather-related outages have been steadily increasing. This is data from the Energy Information Administration. And when we start thinking about recovery, very often utilities use indicators like mean time or median time to recover. But as you might see, there is actually quite a long distribution. So if you look at, these are a number of individual storm events, and what this shows is the duration. And you will see the basic thing to observe, takeaway message here is that simply focusing on one part of the distribution misses the fact that there are many communities that might have days much longer time to recover than others. And so one of the real questions is, what determines this variation in recovery? Who is more disadvantaged? Who is less disadvantaged from a recovery perspective? This is a specific event. This is Hurricane Sandy, so you might also find this of some interest. So really that brings up this question of, are there different pathways for that link risk and resilience? So in terms of what is the relative amount that you can absorb, how quickly you can recover, and do you actually do better post storms? Okay, so let me wrap up in a couple of minutes. One of the policy implications of this typology is there a trade-off between initial ability to absorb and ability to recover? So a lot of times, for example, in electricity systems, we look at saying we don't want overhead distribution lines because they'll fall in a storm. We want underground, and that's hardening the system. But we have also seen in situations like Hurricane Sandy, when you harden the system and it breaks, it fails, it takes even longer to recover. So is there a way for us to get both of these attributes happening at the same time? Let me skip this a little bit and let me wrap up with a couple of thoughts. So I think when we look at both climate as well as other kinds of hazards, very often what we are adapting to is not certain. The range of possible futures is quite large, and some of those futures might look very different from others. What it means to be adapted is not clear. How we define success is not very well defined. But we do have a reasonable understanding of what makes us vulnerable in the first place. And many of those root drivers of vulnerability are common across hazards. The similar kinds of drivers that make us vulnerable to tropical cyclones and storm surge also make vulnerability to tsunami and other kinds of natural hazards. Or even indeed, for that matter, not natural hazards, but economic shocks, failures of crops, for example. So in that sense, we do have an understanding of what are those underlying common actions that can reduce vulnerability or increase resilience. And so really important for us as we go forward to focus on that process and pathway. Let me skip this a little bit and wrap up with this last slide. So I'm really happy that in this conference, we have already seeing some indications of how we think about responses in a multi-hazard way. I think there's a lot of interesting work to be done on measurement. That's, what are the appropriate metrics and indicators, whether it is, if you're thinking about resilience building and adaptation as a continuous process, how do we see whether we are on the right track? Not even what is our destination, but are we even on the right track? And this is about process indicators. How do we think about resilience when the baseline is not fixed? So we are in a changing baseline. And so if you are on a changing baseline, both because of the hazard and because our development patterns are fundamentally changing how society is exposed to those hazards, what does it mean to become resilient, right? So can we actually, so in mitigation, for example, we say in developing countries, we are not talking about reducing emissions, we are talking about avoiding them as we grow. So in almost the same way, we're not talking about how do we avoid or reduce that risk even as our overall exposure increases. And I think there's some really interesting questions for research and work that explore these linkages across scale and across different types of hazards. How do we aggregate? How do we think about community scale feeding up into state, national, or even global scale? Thank you.
So any question for Professor Pattabhadar? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. I just want to be clear about what you mean by hardening the system, to harden the system. And like it seems to be a resilience measure, but there are policies against it that I cannot understand.
So very often, hardening the system can be about structural protection. So, for example, for a long time for floods, the standard practice was to construct barriers, so which is a structural response. Now, of course, the hardening does have the potential for reducing the initial impact, but sometimes it can make recovery even more difficult, because when there is failure of the system, it actually leads to much larger consequences in the absence of hardening. So there's many different situations. So the example I gave of electric power systems, very often the idea is that you underground your last mile distribution network, so you don't have overhead power lines. Now, of course, the problem is that with overhead power lines, they can go down more quickly in a storm, but they can also be restored relatively more quickly. So there's some potential trade-offs between flexibility and recovery and initial hardening. So I think I just wanted to bring that out as an example of what you might need to consider.
Thank you. It's clear.
Is there any other question?
Sir, thank you for your presentation. I'm coming from your part of the world, graduate of Howard Law School in Washington, D.C. You flipped through a slide very quickly on a framework, and I was wondering what that was. If you mind just quickly going back to it, maybe?
I have no problem. Can we?
Yeah, the framework, can it be projected here?
Can we have the presentation?
Sorry.
So there are a couple of different frameworks. Is it the UAE framework for global climate resilience?
After that one, there was another one.
Okay, so this is the risk resilience. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe for the the sake of the time, we can discuss. We discuss. And I thank Professor Patwardhan, and I request you to take chair here, and I request the other the participants of these sessions, Dr. Manisha, please to come, and then there is Padmanabhan, yeah, Sri Padmanabhan Ji Padmanabhan, and Dr. Joy Elaman, and Dr. Bhavani Rao. Yeah, yeah, please.
So it was a nice presentation, but I'd like to say regarding this resilient infrastructure, you said about this underground cabling, no? So that underground cabling, we also tried for our state after Fani happened, and after this 2019, but it is, sir, very, very costly, sir. It is also not possible to have it for the whole of the state. Secondly, sir, it is also very difficult for restoration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Patwardhan, to give a framework from from a global perspective, the IPCC perspective, and also given directions of the resilience research, because many of the colleagues here are involved in that. And you may be knowing that from the Department of Science and Technology, we started a community resilience resource center, and Amrita Vidyapeetham is implementing 14 of them. So we'll be interested to learn from you, and response from madam, like there's the when it's the macro and the micro level, there are challenges. We understand we can develop a the feasible framework and the implementation thing, which we have seen in case of Indonesia also. And so next, going to Dr. Manisha. I don't want to introduce her and give that time to all of you. And her topic is in the compassion-driven integrated disaster management community resilience. And this is one aspect that what we are listening from yesterday. And she will be describing that.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Pranams to all. Can I have my presentation? So the today's topic is about multi-dimensional framework for community resilience, integrated disaster management, a pioneering approach by Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt for the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. So as you all know that, for the disaster management, the key phases which is elaborated in all the scientific literature is about preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. And to achieve that, naturally, we need to have community to build the risk awareness. They need to know about the vulnerability. They need to know about the imminent hazards they may face, and they need to know what is the exposure, which will help them to understand the risk and the progression of the risk, which is very important for us to build the resilience. So in most of the frameworks, it basically talks about the three approaches which they look into how they can build the resilience. If you are able to provide them with the absorption capability whenever an instance happens, then they are able to bounce back. So if they are able to, in the preparedness phase, if they are able to prepare, plan, and spare, and in the response phase, if they are able to react and absorb and resist, the recovery phase, return, rebuild, and recover, and in the mitigations phase, protect and mitigate. They are able to, if you bring in interventions in such a manner, you are able to bounce back. Also, in the recovery phase, if you are giving them the capability to retroact, learn, and adapt, then they will get the adaptive capacity, which will help them to build back better. And in the mitigation phase, if you give them the capacity to anticipate and transform, it will give them the capacity to bounce forward than where they are. So all of you are just across the backwaters. You are in the Alapad village where the tsunami has actually occurred. And I think I don't have to. So this is when 2004 the tsunami occurred. This is how the waves have surged in, and they have flooded the whole backwaters. And the problem which we face in Alapad, the major vulnerability, what you can see is it's a 25-kilometer stretch of land. One side is Arabian Sea, the other side is backwaters. So the moment flooding, the tsunami comes and the flood comes, the only way is the water will push you into the backwaters. So there is no way of escape you have. And how do you manage that whole thing? So as soon as the tsunami struck, the behavior of the community was very different, where naturally they didn't know what to do. So some of them ran, some of them climbed the trees, some of them started jumping into the boats to escape. Some started tying their children onto the sari, etc. So they did different things on when the disaster has occurred, and the impacts are also varying. So what happened is it actually brought in the degradation of multi-level resilience, and it degraded the social by individual separated, stranded, strained relationship, psychological trauma and mental health effects, loss of trust in support system. And on the economical side, they lost everything until that time, and the livelihood impacted. On the infrastructure side, naturally houses lost, bridges lost. Institutional side, overwhelmed governance structures, loss of institutional trust, disruption of public service, funding and resource shortfalls, community capitals, loss of lives and livelihood, displacement and migration, trauma and stress, and despair and helplessness. So in all these cases, we have to see that how do you bring back that community in a better way or a bounce forwarding way? How do you bring in? So I am trying to actually bring in a little bit of these details about what happened here and how the disaster management occurred and how the resilience has been built. And how are we able to bring in bounce back or build back better or bounce forward? So the diagram, the snake, we call it a snake diagram. And this diagram basically depicts the different things which happened in the whole phase. I may not go step by step into it. This whole presentation is actually derived from the book called Embrace of Compassion, which is the book which details about the whole activity MA Mutt has done. And so it's a short form of whatever it is. So whatever I am showing here, it's the reference material is this only. So this diagram shows about the resilience that has been brought in based on the work which was interventions done by MA Mutt actually. So if you look at in the compassion driven, you can see there are a lot of interventions which fall into the bounce back. There are some of them into the build back and some of them into. I'll try to take you through some of the examples, even though there are a lot of examples. Some of the main examples because of the limited time available here. So if you see that the first, when the disaster strike itself, in the ashram, when it struck, the first thing happened is just before the tsunami struck, 40 minutes before, actually, there was a warning which came in. Basically, Amma asked all of us to move upwards. And then at the same time, us and the materials, everything has to be moved upward. Vehicles have been moved to this side of the backwaters, actually. All those instruction has happened. And when the tsunami struck, Amma actually was the first person to go into the water and start searching for people, looking at the pits, etc., to save people. And they were both vertical evacuation and horizontal evacuation. So ashram building, which is like, there are buildings of like 15 floors, etc., which is at the stretch of 25 kilometers, that stretch. So there, a lot of people were given vertical evacuation. The rest of the people, we started off with respect to the horizontal evacuation through boats. The moment the tsunami struck, people doesn't want to actually take the boats itself, but Amma has motivated them, and then mass mobilization of 20,000 people have done. Once they are come, this building was the first relief camp for us. Actually, there was this building. Then on the way, when you come, there is School of Biotechnology today. There is School of Ayurveda. All of these became the relief camps, and the people were moved to here. And they were served hot tea, reuniting the family. So one major thing which you can see that when Amma was doing, the baseline, the foundation was always looking into how the people's psychological support can be given, how emotionally strengthen them. So before even they was evacuated, they were given an opportunity where Amma had asked them, each person as they come, Amma will ask, where is your family members? They group them together and then evacuate. So you are, the first support is that the moment you know that my family members are with me, my psychological strength enhances. So that was the first thing Amma was doing when she was evacuating. They came this side, there was nothing in their hand. Now only the wet dress you have. You have to give them quickly dress, place to stay. You have to give them mat for sleeping. You have to make sure the medicines they have. Amma quickly have actually looked into all these things, and the relief camps got arranged. You can imagine this is a university. To arrange this as a camp, you have to move all the materials away, isn't it? All the laboratories has to be moved up. All the classrooms has to be get ready for them to sleep, them to stay. You have to have rooms getting ready for medical support. Who will do all these things? The major thing what Amma was, I think in Bhavani's presentation, it will come in detail. The major thing what it came was the people who were victim, who were on the ashram side, the ashram members itself, and the devotees who were there, all of them suddenly became as the volunteers. Rather than standing as survivor of a tsunami, they had to change themselves, because the moment they saw the cry in the people, the sadness in the people, they had transformed based on the instructions which Amma was quickly giving us what to do next. So we took the motivation, and that motivation we were able to adapt is also because Amma brought in that compassion part is there. Everybody, it became. And unitedly, they were able to engage in multiple things, from taking the body from the backwaters, giving the food to them, giving the place to sleep, giving the mat for them, getting all their medicines, all these different aspects, cooking the food for them and delivering. So those has been happened in there. And Amma has pledged at that time about 223 million US dollar for this whole initiative, which is basically 100 crores. But at the end of the actually tsunami recovery, if you look at, it has become almost like 500 crores. Amma didn't think as only ashram people. That is the difference I could see. Most of the time, when anything happened, we think of either ourselves or our own people. We don't think of others. What Amma has shown us as an example is think of others. So even when the food was cooking, Amma didn't cook. It didn't cook for only for the people who are in this relief camp. Amma actually took care of all the relief camps around, and also 22 food serving places all along the seashore, to make sure that the volunteers, the officials who are working, the paramedics who are there in the field, all of them, the food was provided from the ashram side, where the food at regularly 3 3 times a day it was given, and in an inclusive manner. Why I say inclusive manner? Ashram is vegetarian. But Amma knows that the people who are living in the relief camp is actually from the fisherman community. They need the taste of fish. So the vegetable itself, Amma prepared in a fish, in the taste of fish. And at the same time, she also made sure there are separate food given for all people. The babies need milk, etc. Why is it like this?
Something has got pressed.
No. So the food, this is what I was telling about, like all along the seashore, 22 of this food serving was happening. So 3 times a day, 20,000 plus people, 12 relief camps and 22 counters with specific foods for elders, for children, etc. So all of these things have a larger management perspective also comes in. How do you do is by actually the people who are survivors itself. Another major thing which Amma has done is, which I have not seen in any disaster management book, is economic resilience at that moment. The moment you have only the wet cloth on your body and everything lost, you imagine all of you in that state. How do you feel? You have children, you have old people who want something at that point and not even 1 penny in your pocket. What Amma did is, within 3 days, Amma started giving 1,000 rupees to everybody so that at least something is in their hand, so that they don't feel that too much dependency, too much, feeling that I don't have anything. What am I supposed to do? So what does it say? You are saying, Amma is trying to making sure that their psychological level, their emotional level is always, Amma is trying to bring it up, because once that is up, your resilience can be brought quickly. Otherwise, once it is gone down, it takes time to bring it up. You have to do more intervention to bring them into a normal phase itself. The third thing was the people, because it is very close, they want to go to the other side and see. They don't have the strength to go the other side and see how their houses are looking, how the whole place is. And also, because of it, there is epidemics problem also. So this basically ended up at the whole survivors from the ashram side to run around in that whole area to clean the area. I must send all of them to clean the area, make it perfect before the people enter into that area, so that they are able to somehow, to adjust to the whole scenario. And also it helped us to stop the spreading of epidemics. So it is building in that social resilience into it. And quickly doctors were brought in. One of the major thing Amma has done also is to find out what are the medicines they were having. How many of them had spectacles? Because once you lose the spectacles, you cannot see most of the people at that age. Then they become dependent. So the moment you give a spectacle, they all become independent to take care of. So 400 spectacles had to be brought in at a stretch. And in a week's time, there were medical camps, because they all lost their medicine. They don't have the prescriptions in their hand. So the medical camps try to bring in that, and that they have taken care of the rest of the things in 48 hours, which looked into distributed 40 eyeglasses, eye camps, identified 115 cataract patients, and conducted different medical camps, and 1,100 plus patients were looked after in the next 5 months with 1 million plus medication distributed, and 15 heart surgeries and 450 major surgeries. When it happened in Kerala, along with that, this is happening also in Andaman Nicobar, in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh, Sri Lanka, etc. So Amma was actually working in all these 4 places. And the medical system is trust to do all of them together. So that's when the telemedicine system has been brought in to take care of the whole thing. And on top of that, these children, why it is like this? I think they're accessing the drive, that's why. This is not the link. The link is old link here. It's okay. It's okay, it's okay. You show the other one. I will move with that.
On the drive, it is loading.
So basically, like just after the disaster, the children were really afraid. So what is happening with them is, Amma had brought more than 1,000 children into the ashram, and where they were asked to actually draw. They drew what is there in their heart. And we were able to, this is one of the image which they were drawing. And they were very afraid to even touch the water. So Amma has took them into the ashram swimming pool, personally made each one into the water and made them to swim along with Amma so that they will come out of that trauma. Along with that, Amma had given like 1 week long, meditation, yoga, dance, music, sports, etc. so that the children will come out of, because once the child is okay, parents become naturally okay. So that social relationship, that family relationship plays a bigger role in how you bring back the society itself. So there were a lot of engagement activities has been done. And this is the set of children where Amma is addressing all the children and moving forward. And psychological well-being, naturally, as I said, that different aspects, and the medical well-being also being with the families for their thing. And one of the major thing was when the people was brought in actually by December, because it is December 26, in a week's time, all other relief camps has to be closed because schools are getting reopened. So all of them was brought back here. And in a 2 weeks time, Amma has built the temporary shelter in a sustainable manner where everything which Amma used for the temporary shelter, we could reuse later, like prefabricated slabs were used actually to build it. And we had waste management systems, water management systems, all of those things looking into sustainability. And in a larger scale, these are temporary shelters actually. In a larger scale, they went into actually also, they built the larger, has built more than 4,000 houses. 4,000 houses, which has built more than 4,000 houses, which has actually had, the way it has built was government wanted it to be like a 400 square feet built house with 1 floor. Amma specifically said that we need 2 floors and also piles running up to 7 meters down and staircase outside. So that next time if the tsunami comes, they will be able to actually run up and stay safe in the upper floors. And at the same time, the house doesn't fall. So the resilience was looked into it. And also another major thing, all the students load, all the educational materials, the parents doesn't have money. So they were provided with the money to take forward. Brides and grooms who were about to get married, they lost either the bride or groom or the parent or the full money. So all that has been, Amma has taken care. Even at the temporary shelter, Amma conducted the marriages. So those places where sadness was prevailing, Amma made into place which is bring in the hopes. So like that, each part of this thing Amma has brought in to take forward. And in each of these activities, Amma involved the community. So what happened is that inclusiveness and engagement made the community to overcome faster. And it was all the multi-stakeholders were brought in inclusively. They worked together to build along with the community to move forward. So these are some of the infrastructures which came in. That's to the house which we built, etc. I'll just move on. And this is the major thing which several of you must have seen just across the bridge which Amma has constructed, which earlier we didn't have bridge for this 25 kilometers. So Amma built the Amrita Setu bridge, which will help us to actually evacuate 15,000 people. So it's not only that Amma looked into the resilience of current one, Amma looked at for the futuristic need with respect to for future things, how do we handle? And from there, Amma also moved very big initiative into is the livelihood part. I hope Bhavani will be diving more into this, isn't it? No? No. So economic resilience also was brought in because this whole fishing village is mainly dependent on fishing. So when the climate change impacted, when the tsunami impacted, next few months, they didn't get any fish from the sea. So that means they are becoming more and more down psychologically because I don't have anything in my hand and I'm not getting anything for my future also. So Amma brought in concepts where Amma categorized people like, there are men, women, there are youngsters, etc. and brought in skill development for them. So Amma had made several of them as nursing assistants, computer trainees, plumbing, electrician work, ladies for stitching. So there are multiple of perspectives have brought in. And today, if you go to that fishing village, you will see more of these people than maybe fishermen, I think. That's you can see a lot of women working, and not only that, Amma ensured that they get job in institutions, including our institution. There are a lot of devotees, people saw this, and they have given all of them employment also to move forward in that whole. So if you look at scientifically, it clearly tells how Amma has captured the vulnerability and how Amma has looked into the situation and how the livelihood strategy itself Amma has brought in to make this happen. Actually, I don't have time to explain all these things, so I'm just jumping out of it. So, so that the earlier picture was, I don't know how to go. The earlier picture shows, like, the people got training in driving, nursing assistant, computer, etc. So each of these things, Amma was so closely involved in doing this. Another major thing was they have lost boat and boat accessories. So Amma made the committee of the people, and they actually has repaired the accessories, worked with them. Amma provided all the required things, and our volunteers were involved, and they built the boats, and 400 of boats were provided for them. And each of the boat had the co-ownership. So rather than one person co-ownership, they was brought in co-owning the boat. So they got the financial autonomy and sustenance, and transfer of boat ownership was also done to bring in that capacity. So thus, the livelihood resilience by bringing in motorized fishing, boat building, dress stitching, shoemaking, driving, plumbing, and computer training was brought in. I almost finishing, sir. So this you have seen Amma training them, and that has resulted in bringing in Amrita Shri, which is a very large self-help group brought in. Today we have 3 lakh women. Bhavani is actually mainly running that show. So she can talk a lot more than me on this. And if you when you go to the lunch place, you will actually see them sitting there and selling things, what they have. So a lot of resilience has been brought in that way. And for the long run, Amma also brought in mobilized community to bring in actually the resilience by actually planting more than 1 lakh casuarina plants along the coast. At the same time, also brought in communication systems, where an OceanNet as a research facility. Also, a lot of research on disaster management and others has been initiated in this university to move forward, I think. So this is the marriage which Amma has conducted for the people by making sure the way it has to be conducted in their location. That they may need, gold, sari, whatever feast, etc. All those. And the best part was conducting them in their own shelters, which made to change that itself, the emotion. Oh, this is the major thing where this is very subtle actually. One of the things which Amma asked us to do was, when this happened, all of us were asked to go and talk to them multiple times. When they go, they will talk to us, cry and talk to us what is their problem. In the process, we were able to understand there are a lot of people who lost their children, either 1 or 2. So some of these people lost the children means they have done already the canalization operation. That means they cannot become pregnant again. So they already lost the hope. They have no hope. So then Amma had actually brought in medicine from Switzerland, doctors from Tamil Nadu, and in our AIMS hospital, Kochi, next 9 months they were taken care of and did recanalization surgery, and all of them got children. And those who had lost 2 children, they got even twins. So that is something which I feel like, to that depth, Amma had looked into it. What is their needs? It's not only the external needs, the psychological needs also for them to live longer. So that is what Amma had looked in depth and did this part of it actually. And today, this is the photo of the kids. They have grown up. They are with Amma. This is what it is. I think this is another thing itself. If you don't do these interventions at the right time, the resilience may go down. Then you will have to do much bigger work to bring up the resilience itself. So all the key interventions which Amma done on social side, economic side, infrastructure, institutional and community side. And that's how Amma has built in. So you can see all the leadership qualities to achieve this, which this diagram talks about. What are the leadership capabilities you need to achieve this? This diagram talks about how, with the foundation as the psychosocial elements, with disaster management and capacity building, how do you bring in community resilience in multiple angles? So the framework for disaster resilient network integrated with community resilience is what it shows in this whole work. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha. I think in one word, I think there must be many questions in mind. In one words, basically, if you see like what we are discussing about the resilience, we have heard in the first, the talk from Professor Pattabardhan, how you make a physical structure of that framework. And this shows that how you built up the soul, because both are important. Any question? Professor Pattabardhan, you want to ask a question?
No, I guess just really, I mean, this is fascinating. One of the important things that this brings up is how do we actually measure how compassion-based approach is working in practice? Because obviously, what is being done is different, how it is being done is different. So if we can capture that, and there are lots of very interesting ways of even generating evidence through narratives, not necessarily quantifying everything, which might be useful.
We will really look forward for all of your support to do that, because that is what I think in today's science they are not capturing. They're only capturing the outcomes and how it has been done and how you identified that challenge itself is a research problem. So if we can actually bring out, that will be a really good outcome for the work itself.
One area could be to work in a cognitive aspects of this also, because entire the psychosocial issue is in cognitive in nature, really how it is impacting. So even there is this, we have a mind and brain center, so probably to work with them and can look it into that how then only, as you say, it is everything is not quantifiable as human being things. So thank you very much, Dr. Manisha. And in order to take forward this, the community resilience journey, again, I invite Sri GP, and he doesn't need the introductions because he has been introduced many times, and so I give those, the available time of his introductions to all of you.
Thank you. Actually, I don't know whether it's by design or by accident. Yesterday, I was asked to speak on early warning systems. And before I could come to the stage, there were a lot of presentations on early warning and then doing all kinds of aspects, scientific and modeling, and then reaching out to the communities. Everything was covered. So I hardly had any points. Today, I thought, oh, today it is community resilience, so I can speak confidently. But I think so far the presentations we had were all on community resilience only. So again, I am at a loss on what to speak, but let me try. First of all, I think by now all of us understand that community resilience is something which is very critical for disaster management, and then it's something which we can't avoid. So definitely we need to focus on that one. Now, especially Dr. Manisha's presentation was excellent, and then what they did after the tsunami was well captured. And then if you look at it closely, I think there is not even one point which is not left out in building community resilience. Now, the only thing is this was done after the tsunami. Now, what we need to do is before that, when in the normal so-called peace time, we call it as peace time. That time, what are the things that we can do so that they don't have to go through all this after disaster? By it is business as usual, it will happen. So that is what we need to, that capacity for that is something which we need to build. So let me try to list out few things which I think are important, mainly from my experience in running a very large disaster risk management program, which we talked yesterday and then today morning also. Of course, that was not focusing on tsunami. It was mainly at the community. The program had many components, but one of the component is to look at the community resilience. We didn't call community resilience. We call it community village preparedness, disaster risk management preparedness aspect. So what do we require? I mean, what do we need to address community resilience? First of all, there are a whole lot of social measures. Again, we can pick up a lot of examples from Dr. Manisha's presentation, and then we can try to put in systems. To summarize, it is something like protection of the poor and the vulnerable people. That's extremely important. Then protection for women and children. I don't like to call them vulnerable sections, but they need specific requirements. So we need to see what kind of measures can be put in place to address their requirements and protect them. Then there are a whole lot of physical aspects. So there are these safe shelters, and then um, routes which we need to create, which are safe, which don't get washed away if it is um, rain or flood or tsunami. That kind of physical measures need to be taken. Financial measures, very important to have this in place. So it's not that after the earthquake or any other disaster you run in and then try to establish the systems, but there are things which you can do upfront and then do that one. Yesterday, Krishna Vatsa, member NDMA, also mentioned that financial aspect is very important. Then the next aspect is environment. Now, these are normally the vulnerabilities that exist. There are physical vulnerabilities, economic vulnerabilities, environmental vulnerabilities, and social vulnerabilities that exist in any society. So when we talk about communities also, we generally say community is a homogeneous group. Actually, if you look at it closely, they're not a homogeneous group. Within any community, there are a whole lot of diversity. There could be social diversity, and then many other aspects would be there. So we need to make sure that those vulnerabilities are not there. I mean, that diversities we need to address and then address them only after understanding this thing. So what do they require? Actually, at the community level, what do they require to be resilient? Again, Dr. Manisha, I think yesterday and then today said that Amma had clearly told them, don't go and tell them that solutions. This is a solution that you need to adopt. It's not a university solution that you have to give to the communities. It should come from them, which means you need to engage them. You need to ensure there is good participation of all the people in the community, forgetting about the diversities, and then get them to suggest this thing, and then you can facilitate it because they may not be able to tell you, okay, this is what we require, but you need to facilitate the whole process and then get the answers from them or the solutions from them. Then they need to have a knowledge of risk. While they know to large extent what are the risks, but they may not really perceive it in that right perspective. So you need to tell them there are these hazards, which could be the form of cyclone, flood, whatever, earthquake, whatever it be. These hazards, they don't really kill people as such. They kill people when you are vulnerable. So what are the aspects of vulnerabilities? And then how can you address that? So you need to tell them methods through which you can understand the risk in that area and then communicate it to the people properly. Quite often, and then at a larger level, we have even the risk assessment methodology in the country is there, and it exists only in very few agencies or institutions. And then I don't know about the current situation, but a few years back when we were trying to do HRVA, there were actually 2 or 3 agencies which were capitalizing on their sort of monopoly kind of this thing situation. And then so once I told NDMA at senior level that, look, why don't we develop capacities within the country, within the government, or with NGOs, collaborative efforts with academic institutions? Why don't we develop the methodology for HRVA? It's called in various this thing, but I prefer to call it as hazard risk vulnerability analysis. And so we even developed some sort of blueprint for that one, but then I don't think it was followed up by anyone after I left. I think it must have collapsed completely now. We even prepared, guidelines for preparing a quotation. RFP, if they want to float that one. What are the things that you need to put in RFP so that people would get interested and then do that one? So we developed all that one, but what I wanted to say is that capacity exists within the government, within academic institutions, and then there are some consultancy organizations. data is mainly with the government only. So it's very easy to develop a proper methodology and then do HRVA at various levels. And then we can scale it down to macro level, micro level, meso level, or whatever this thing is can be done. Quite often there is this climate change. Climate change, as you know, is the biggest villain in the whole development sector. So they say, no, but we really don't know how the whole hazard profile will change in future because of climate change. So in the process, you sit there and then wait for some methodology to understand what the climate change impacts would be. And in the process, you miss the bus. So at least start with what you know, and then you can later on refine it using whatever additional information you have on climate change, and then develop the hazard risk vulnerability analysis. So this is something which they require and won't do. And how to be prepared. Now, link with early warning system. And then you have local level preparedness in terms of response. One thing is response, and there is a plan, preparedness plan for it. So you identify different task forces which would undertake specific activities like early warning system. If it is coming from a central or a state level agency, how do you communicate it to the household level? We saw in the Orissa presentation that there are community volunteers who would go around and then beat a drum and then tell them, look, a tsunami is coming, a flood is coming, whatever the thing, and then inform every household about an imminent danger, and then give them a timeline. By now, hopefully, this will hit us. So you have an early one. There should be shelter team, a team which would take care there is enough provision of material and that food material and then water in the safe shelter. So somebody who would look after, a group of people who would look after that. There should be a group which would do some first aid before even the doctors can come in and all. There should be some basic training to do some first aid at the community level. And then another thing is, if we do all these things as a standalone program, it will fail. I mean, I think personally, I have no problem in saying that this disaster risk management program, which we ran for about 7 years, failed to sustain that capacity that was built, except in few states like Orissa, mainly because though initially we had planned we will go through the government system, we failed to mainstream it into sectoral programs. So one of the things we need to do is whatever you do in the community level, don't try to fund the whole activity through a standalone project or anything. Try to go through existing projects. So if you are building shelter, definitely there are a whole lot of housing schemes which are available. And then on the other part, economic part also, there are a whole lot of existing programs. So try to build the capacity as a part of those program, ongoing projects, so that it's little more sustainable. Mitigation again is based on risk assessment way to do it, but now many of the states have to prepare departmental disaster management plans, but there are very few states which have prepared it. And then if you look at closely, I had the opportunity to look at some of those plans, and I also was in a team which was helping some of the states. If you look at the plans, it's pathetic. Actually, the mitigation plans are really bad. I mean, it doesn't really mitigate anything. And then it's a document which is published and then kept somewhere, and then nobody in the department knows anything. And then actually, though I was part of the team which helped some of the states, I was against that approach because, we know the aspects to be covered. So we look at it and then we prepare the plan, because there was hardly any participation from the staff of the concerned departments. They refused to provide any inputs. In fact, in the case of Maharashtra, I had a major fight with the labor department. They said, "Oh, labor department and disaster management, what has it got to do with disaster management? We have nothing to do with that one." And then they refused to do any work on that and even provide data. So finally, I had to say that your chief secretary has made a promise to the High Court that he will prepare this plan, departmental plan, by end of the year. If you can't do it, it's fine. I'll go and tell the chief secretary, look, these guys are saying they have nothing to do with disaster management. So now they're not preparing it. Then slowly they started doing it, and then they got interested. Of course, they prepared a very good plan, I must say that. So that is some of the aspects to be covered, some of the challenges. I'll stop there, but would be happy to respond to any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Padmanabhanji. And any questions from anyone? Yeah, please. Yeah. So can you get a microphone there? The back. Ah, from there, from there.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Alfred Achanga. I come from Uganda. So what I've taken away from here is that if you have a personality like Amma that can coalesce everybody together, it strengthens bonding social capital. But where I come from, our country is rife with a lot of war. We've had about 25 years of civil unrest, and to bring people together is hard. So how would you help people from a context like mine? And we have a lot of elitist social capture. So how do we build community resilience in contexts like that, where we don't have one personality that can bring everybody together? And then there's a lot of different interests that are competing for power. How do we build resilience at the grassroots? Because that's the last mile to achieving disaster resilience. Thank you very much.
It definitely, the challenges are going to be very high in a place like that. But I would say in such a country, there is no point in going from the national level down to the a community level. I think we will have to identify some external entities will have to identify the communities which are going to be at risk, and then straight away go to that area and then try to develop their capacities. Certain things will be very difficult. I mean, I mentioned about ongoing development projects. Maybe there aren't many on which you can plug in or mainstream this activities of community resilience building. That would be a missing link there. But at least try to directly approach the community and then provide the kind of support they require to come up with their own plans on that one. At least on the preparedness thing is something which you can straight away start, and then later on cover aspects like risk mitigation, all that one. So I would take a low profile kind of approach to reach out to the communities and build their capacities.
Thank you very much, Padmanabhan sir. You have experience dealing with government departments and other stakeholders. You also mentioned about heterogeneous groups in the community. And there are always conflict of interest, particularly this political philosophy, maybe at center and the state. So how do we build up a balance so that people don't suffer because of such conflicts?
You know, this came up as a major challenge while we were implementing that DRM program. And then interestingly, what we found is once we create awareness at the community level about the imminent danger and then pick up data from past events and then present it to them properly, then some of these differences can be ironed out easily. Some, I'm not saying all, some. Another, I don't know, some people question that approach, is that we also used to show them visuals from other areas where such major loss of lives and then property happened, mainly because they refused to undertake any action. So some people question that approach. You are creating a fear in the people and all that thing. To a certain extent, I think we need to create some fear for them to take action. So it's a hot and cold kind of approach, and then you slowly get overcome that.
Any examples, sir, which come to your mind wherein you succeeded in applying this, implementing this approach?
It was mainly we had major problem in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. You know, that's where the, I don't know, but I can't say, at least this caste differences are very high in that area, especially at the village level. So we had very, very difficult time in these two states.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just take a 30 seconds to respond to that question which came on how do we really work in a place where there is no change agent? How do you really find a leader? There is this beautiful film called Invictus. Invictus talking about Nelson Mandela getting South Africa to win the rugby by collaborating with the rugby captain. Please see that film, how a country can be united around a cause. And similarly, we had the Gandhiji bringing the whole country together when there was no internet, there was no communication facilities in terms of reaching the whole country. So I think, there are instances where, this kind of leadership can emerge, which can actually unite people. So there are instances from around the world which we can find. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there is one last question, for you.
Yeah. In fact, thank you very much for a comprehensive presentation, both Dr. Manisha and Mr. GB itself. So I'm also from the disaster preparedness, background itself. So what I wanted to figure out, like Dr. Manisha mentioned about the kind of a role leader, like how this particular tsunami had managed, and from it, the impact itself, how they come to the resilience or recover up to, restoring the social structure itself. But from Mr. GB's presentation, he explained about the disaster management planning and community resilient framework developed by the government and how the government institutions and sectors involved in. So my question is something like this: how you are going to integrate both? Like, there's a system already, say suppose practice voluntarily in the community itself, but this particular system, only the government officials engage and prepare without any consultation with the community. At the same time, when we are having such particular plan, comprehensive plan with all the components captured, uh, are you going to have a kind of a, say suppose contingency plan or a kind of a plan develop and replicate with the other provinces or the district itself, because it will definitely become a kind of a particular practicable plan which is developed by the practitioners, at the same time researchers involved in, like, these universities engaging with this research and all at the ground level and collecting those information, risk assessment, and those things will be there. So one good example is there here in Amma's activity and all. Then the government have this disaster management plan, which sometimes it will not capture each and every component what Amma did. But of course, with the kind of a consultation, you can integrate both into a one plan and having a plan that can be replicated into other districts or other provinces itself.
Actually, sorry, who is asking the question? I couldn't make out actually.
I am asking. I am Chatura.
Okay.
Yes, from Sri Lanka.
Yeah. No, it is important to connect it with other, let's say, for example, in a state or a province level. So we need to have a comprehensive plan like that. And in the Orissa presentation also, it was mentioned how the village plans are linked to the captured in the GP level plans. So it is important to do that one, because there are a lot of actions which is not literally in that village jurisdiction and all that thing. Now, see, for example, in the case of Kerala, we had a workshop there in KSDMA. We wanted to see how the community level plans are to be prepared. And then there was this debate whether it should be a village DM plan or should it be a GP DM plan. I think then finally, Joy, I think they agreed to go for a GP development plan. No, yeah. So, but that's applicable in Kerala. That's not applicable in Bihar, or is it, or in UP? It has to be different. Maybe we will finally agree on this one, but it cannot be one approach which would be applicable in all the states. So one has to really do that one. Now, all the plans, all elements of all the plans need not be rolled up to higher level plans. See, for example, if you have a response plan, many of the actions at the community will remain at the community level only. You may have some links from the other administrative units. You need to identify that and link it, because you get some resources from that side, not necessarily funds, but also some other resources can be leveraged from that area. So there should be some element of what you call linkages to be established to make sure that these support from the other administrative units would come. Now, that cannot be, that most of it can be done by government. You know, having worked in UN for so many years and then working so closely with government, towards the end, I tend to speak like a government officer. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but then it happened. In fact, I was questioned by some of the IAS officers also. Look, GP, you speak like a government officer, whereas I speak like more like an NGO or anything of that sort. So that happened. So, but I personally believe that it has to be linked with the government, mainly because that's an entity which is going to be there and responsible for the actions in it. It's not that everybody does it properly, but then, you know, it is at least they're supposed to do that way. So I tend to believe that it has to be led by government with proper involvement of all the agencies. Now, quite often in the government offices also, you have some apathy towards, doing coordination with other coordinated work with other entities. Academic institutions, NGOs, for example. NGOs generally, you know, many of the people in the government do not like to work with NGOs, but that's a foolishness. I mean, you need to overcome that mentality and then work closely with that one. But quite often, I think if academic institutions are in a position to highlight what exactly they can, that value addition they can bring in, then I think slowly the government also would be open to the idea of doing collaborative efforts. Here, institutes like Amrita Institute is different. I mean, it has a lot of advantages and proven technology actions taken. So they tend to immediately agree to such collaborative efforts. I think I was told that time is up. So outside you can talk to me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think in order to take it forward, I invite Dr. Bhavani Rao. Like her topic will be understanding the elements of AAA approach to humanitarian operations. Just introducing her, Dr. Bhavani Rao is the Dean of the School of Social and Behavioral Science at this university. She is also the director of 2 research centers, Ammachi Labs, and also the Center for the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality, where she is India's UNESCO chair for gender equality since 2016 and served as the coordinator of the Gender Equality and Women Empowerment Working Group of Civil 20. And since 2009, she has spearheaded numerous field and research projects funded by international national institutes, Government of India, and as well as the affiliated institutions like NSDC, NABARD, GF, and other international organizations. So her entire work is centered upon empowering, enhancing the resilience of vulnerable community with a special focus on women and girls in rural areas. And to this date, she has around 3 lakhs women benefited from the project she has handled in both India and Africa. Dr. Bhavani's work also include engaging men for gender equality, and she has pioneered the training of over 30,000 paramilitary and police personnel in India on mental health and gender conversations. She is the author of over 100 publications and patents and 2 books by UNESCO, and her significant contribution to the field have earned her the numerous awards and recognitions. Dr. Bhavani, please.
Om Amriteshwarya Namaha. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try and keep my presentation short because it's close to lunchtime. What I'll try and do is to go a little deeper into the presentation following the presentation of Dr. Manisha. So this is a little bit more technical, so it may not be as interesting, but stay with me. You may find something interesting to learn from the presentation. So the presentation is titled Understanding the Elements of a AAA approach. AAA is from the management sciences. It typically refers to adaptability, agility, and alignment. And it's a very, very popular framework that they use in management studies. And this is more from the humanitarian operations perspective and what insights I was able to glean from the experience of the MA MUT, specifically in disasters that MA MUT has addressed in the past. I will focus mostly on rapid onset disasters and not the slow onset ones, so that you have that in the back of your mind when you're going through the presentation. We can go to the next. Oh yeah, I have a. Okay. And is it okay if I use the hand mic? Is that okay? Yeah, so because I can't really see this or that, so I think this is better. Yeah, so we know that rapid onset desires don't really give us a warning, so they hit us, and especially if they are, sorry? Okay, that could be a disaster. Yeah, but also when there is uncertainty involved, we don't know whether something is going to hit us or not, we don't have precedence for it. And then humanitarian operations in this context become very challenging. NGOs are usually at the grassroots, they work with people, so they have a very significant role to play. Thank you, Dr. GP. He made a very important point that NGOs and multi-stakeholders are actually really involved in most disaster operations. When we're talking about disaster, we're talking about really large scale calamities. Yeah, and it's important to understand how to manage these operations effectively, and cost-effective last mile humanitarian operations are not something that is studied very, because when you talk about cost-effective, it doesn't really come to your mind when you're talking about post-disaster scenarios. And why last mile is important is, and it is just an overview of the talk. I will talk about why last mile is important, the AAA framework, case studies that are based on the MA MUT, and what are general concepts that you can derive from it and conclusions. And why is the last mile humanitarian operations important to study? There's a lot of uncertainty, like we did not anticipate COVID. For instance, we did not anticipate the tsunami. When there's a lot of uncertainty, you cannot really plan for something that you do not know what is going to happen for. And there is a very short time that you have before something hits you. And most of these large calamities happen in very densely populated places. We know that. And we also know with climate change that the coastlines are probably one of the most vulnerable areas in the world, which also contain the largest populations in the world. Multiple organizations are serving the same people, and the last mile activity it basically defines the effectiveness of your humanitarian operations. And disaster management is very dynamic, so preparedness, response, recovery, rebuilding, and so last mile operations can actually really be improved. I'm kind of preaching to the choir at this point, so you all know this already. But so my presentation is really based on a 4-case study in India. It's 4 different kinds of natural hazards that caused very large disasters. Why India? Because India, I think, it offers multiple scenarios. It's such a largely and densely populated country. You have the entire spectrum of geographical diversity, population diversity, economic diversity, and therefore studies in India can actually inform the rest of the world. Why MA MUT? MA MUT is a very reputed NGO that is acknowledged by the United Nations and has done extensive work in several kinds of disasters, and that is why I will use MA MUT as the case study. And also because it's not that easy to study disasters. You have to be in the right place at the right time. You can't actually go somewhere to study a disaster. That's also unethical in so many ways. So the data collection was done based on respondents who were involved in multiple areas of humanitarian operations. So whether it was logistics, or whether it was health, it was those who were involved in providing the food, in those who were actually basically help people whether it was in capacity building in terms of vocational training. So we interviewed people across the entire spectrum of humanitarian operations, right from immediate response all the way to rebuilding and recovery. And so these are the 4 case studies. And if you see that they are geographically distributed, we have the first one, which is the Gujarat earthquake in 2001. Very interesting, because at this point of time, India did not have a natural disaster management agency, and we were completely unprepared, very unprecedented. About 30,000 people died. It was really horrific. And this was the first time also the MA MUT really got involved in disaster management, disaster relief efforts. And the next one is the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. We were hit, we were right here. We were a part of not just the relief activities, we were also impacted by it, followed by the 2008 Bihar floods. This is in the east of India, and now we go to the north of India, which is the Uttarakhand cloudburst, landslides, and flash floods in 2013. Very dramatic and very, yeah. And they're all very large in terms of, but I've kind of distributed in terms of the severity of event and the uncertainty, which is the speed of onset of this event. So some of them like really hit you without a warning, and some of them it kind of built over a day, 3 days to a week. And so this is still they're all pretty rapid onset if you think about it. So that's the reason that we have chosen these particular 4 cases. Yeah, so the within case analysis. So if you look at the Gujarat earthquake, just a background about Gujarat. Gujarat government was a very proactive government. They had things together better than a lot of other state governments. And this was our first, as India, first major experience in terms of a nationally motivated disaster relief efforts. It was a 7.7 magnitude. It's just 43 seconds earthquake, 20,000 deaths and 166,000 people were injured. So we responded immediately. So the people on the ground already had started activities, and Amma sent people from here. So rescue efforts reached within 72 hours. And it started with less than 20 people, and then we started building up people who came. So first-hand assessment, there was a very strong connection with the government, worked very closely with the government and other NGOs also. And it started with very small-scale supplies that were there, and then the network built up, and it moved to a very big project at the end of it. So in the intermediate time, we created temporary shelters. There were a lot of food and clothing was something that was kind of continuous. Medical assistance was continuous. But then we went into rebuilding part of it and the construction of 4 entire villages, down to the roads, to the schools, to the prayer things. So every particular village had a church, it had a mosque, and it had a temple. So complete reconstructions of 4 villages was done. And yeah, so it was a very good experience, and 1,200 houses were constructed in this village. There's a picture of that. So a lot of medical like operations were done. It was very intense, but it was the first disaster relief efforts. You can. And the next one is the tsunami. Dr. Manisha talked extensively about it. So again, the response was immediate. We were there at ground zero, and so we were able to work on it from the time even before, from the warning itself. So from the prodromal phase. Massive operations, food, shelter, cremation. Dr. Manisha listed the whole range of activities. In the intermediate was temporary shelter construction, extended medical aid, psychosocial support that was given, community cohesiveness by engaging community in several activities, everything that you can think of. And very important was that access to the engineering college and all the personnel, and also the super specialty hospital. I worked very closely with the government of Kerala. It was Oman Chandy who was the chief minister. He had visited over here, very, very close rapport with the government, then Kerala government. The long term, 4,000 houses were built. These are tsunami resistant. The design was based on communication with the local community, what made them feel safe and what made them, what addressed the main stresses that they had. So, yeah. So it really capitalized on a very strong social structure. You have to remember that we were based over here, and Amma is from this community, so she had a very deep understanding of the needs of the community also. So now the within case analysis for Bihar floods. Now, when you come to a very different scenario, Kerala and Gujarat had very strong state government functions. Bihar, unfortunately, in 2008, I do not know, and I won't comment on the state of things right now, but was not a government that was a very strong, a very cohesive government. And so it was quite a bit of a challenge for us to do work over there. The area was inaccessible. Even to get to the disaster site was not easy. And we had sent out our telemedicine units. These are very specialized, super specialized mobile units that actually are designed for healthcare in disasters. Even for these vehicles to reach, it took 5 to 7 days. There was a lot of immediate relief work in terms of food, in terms of blankets and clothes, and of course, medical aid. But over time, they built 17 temporary shelters in this place, and the medical camps, of course, extended. We were not involved in the reconstruction phase because the government decided to do that on their own. So we exited this at this point. But it was a very intense relief efforts that was conducted during the 2008 floods. The next is Uttarakhand landslides. Again, was very inaccessible. This time it was because of geography. It was in the mountains, and it was hard to get people out. It was hard to get people in. But the teams persisted, especially the medical teams. Students and doctors from AIMS went all the way in the vans to both in Bihar and in Uttarakhand. And they reached the places that were the remotest. It took a week to 2 weeks to actually reach many of these places. They did a lot of medical camps. Again, all the basic needs were provided. Here, the post-recovery reconstruction phase was very chaotic. So there were multiple plans that were made by the government, then canceled. Projects were given, projects were canceled. And the MUT did end up building some houses, but it really focused on building schools and Anganwadis. To build each house is very challenging to do work over here. You had to carry stones. People had to carry stones on their head up the mountain. So you're talking about 1,500 man loads of stone and materials that are moved to build each of these houses. So very, very challenging disaster relief efforts that happened in Uttarakhand. A quick interview text analysis shows you Amma, very big people. It's the most important thing that comes up, of course, and some of the other things, of course, that you know, food, medicine, etc. Here's a word frequency of the interconnectedness for Gujarat. What you find is that people, Amma leader, medical help. What happens is the most central and pivotal is people, Amma medical help, time information. And the most local co-occurrence is people medical information. This is the one for Gujarat. Again, I'm just going to go through this really quickly because I'll go to we don't have much time. Again, people Amma is again central pivotal for tsunami. When we go to Bihar, again, you have 5 minutes. Oops. Okay, so I'm just going to skip these main findings. Okay, so operations put victims first and process and structure next. Very important that the MA MUT as an NGO has a super specialty hospital, to a university. So you have access to very high-end professional capacity. Local involvement and access to resources from local network is a great benefit to last mile connectivity. Government support and confidence has to be maintained, has to be developed. Very important, we have a charismatic leader, compassionate, charismatic leader, highly motivated network of volunteers that go above and beyond the call. And this really helps to develop agility and adaptability and accounts for different social and political contingencies. And here, when you look at adaptability, agility, adaptability, and alignment in the light of humanitarian operations, the agility is the ability to address emerging needs, short-term supply and demand without a significant time cost, and trust and technology-based sense-making for quick response, centralized advising with decentralized execution. Very important. This decentralized execution with centralized advising is something that is a hallmark of the way MA MUT functions. Adaptability is the ability to adjust according to the changing contextual dynamics, and timely integration and deintegration of flexible human systems and networks. Alignment is the ability to cater to the very needs of the different stakeholders, not just the beneficiaries. You also have NGOs, you have the government, and you have to be able to engage and empower. So you have to have a trust-based risk and responsibility sharing. So this is, again, we have a little house over here, the House of Humanitarian Operations. At the bottom of it, the base is the people. This is the foundation. And above that, of course, you have these very aligned volunteers. You have a very strong transformational, compassionate leadership. It's very people-oriented, so humanitarian-oriented. And then you have a lot of skilled workforce from the university and from the medical college. You have communication, coordination, control, constant information flow between the main headquarters and the distributed networks. Organizational structure has, again, strong central coordination and local empowered teams. And so proactively responsive is the agility part of it, the adaptability part, reactively reorganizing, and alignment is integratively responsible. Because I have only 5 minutes. This is kind of the way MA MUT works in terms of people and how the networks are basically emergent and dynamic. So you have a compassionate, charismatic leader at the center, and you have a lot of aligned volunteers, and these are trained, and they're trained in the culture of the organization. And the culture of the organization, the motivation is compassion, and your knowledge is reliable data from the grassroots, direct data and data from other sources, empathetic understanding of needs, and your action has a lot of sacrifice, altruism, and resource efficiency. This is something that is very critical. The kind of sacrifice that is there from the volunteers, and also altruism, you do it without expecting something. They're volunteers, they don't get paid for it. This is the culture, and these are very trained, highly trained volunteers in the culture, not in disaster response, but in the culture of the organization. And a very strong paid professional workforce, whether it's from the medical college or from the university, that is linked either directly to the leadership or to the trained volunteers, and volunteers from the larger space who are also culturally aligned to the ethos of the organization. At a time of a disaster, what happens is that one of the trained volunteers basically creates their own network in the place of the disaster, carrying the same culture with them and professional help, and drawing volunteers from the local area and also people who are inspired to assist because they see the culture of that particular organization. There is always a direct communication between the volunteers and the compassionate leadership. They have the agility, adaptability, and alignment. And this is basically how there is a decentralized, action-oriented group that basically emerges and then goes back to the main this thing. So this is kind of the organizational culture. And with this, I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Quickly, I just want to say one thing. This is actually notes from the questions that came earlier. Sir was talking about community-based resilience. I think it's very, very critical for community-based organizations to have capacity to respond. You were talking about a government-down approach, but I really think it has to be. You did talk about multiple ways of supporting. So very strong training programs for community-based organizations, I think, would be very effective for effective disaster response. To answer the question of the young man from Uganda, you had a tradition of chiefs and village elders, right? That was your form of governance, and that was your trust networks. I lived in Africa, and I know how the chiefs are, and I know how the village elders are. That is what you have to rebuild. And those are the people who have to be really involved and understand about these things. That's how you can get your trust networks going. The last thing that I wanted to say, we're terribly forgetful. I was teaching disaster management for my social work students, and I asked them, can you tell me of a recent disaster that you remember? None of them remembered the COVID. And I was like, my God, that just happened, but nobody remembers. No, but I think it's super important for us to keep revisiting these conversations and remember what is. I mean, it's one thing also is that we forget all the good things that happen. When good things happen, we are also very ungrateful. We don't remember and we're not thankful for it. That's another conversation. But I think it's very important for us to have this constant conversation, constant remembrance of why we should be doing this and how we should be doing it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Bhavani, to give a, I think what I was raising the questions at the initially to give a framework to, the capture that how that the compassions can be brought it into the main framework. Any question? Yeah.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bhavani. It was a lot of learning from your presentation. I have a slightly different aspect to address. Maybe you can help it. Bhuj earthquake, I also studied that area. We know that it's a perennial hazard prone. It's most vulnerable area. The earthquakes are going to happen again and again. We do not know when, but it is the most vulnerable tract. And while rehabilitation, we discussed with the locals that maybe we can shift to much better, safer sites. Similar things happened in Kedarnath tragedy, the Uttarakhand tragedy also, right? But then, people's, they have their sense of belonging, they have their roots. Even if they know that it's most vulnerable, they don't want to shift. So how do you address this kind of issue?
Same thing happened also when the Raichur floods in 2012 happened. Amma built 2,500 homes in a safe place that the government had deemed safe. So what happens right now is they use it temporarily. And they all have moved back exactly to the place where everything got destroyed because their livelihood is very dependent on those places. I think that is also another main thing. If you do diversify livelihoods and you give them income generation activities that are away from that place, then you have some chance of actually relocating them. Why do they stay next to a river? Because their livelihoods is associated with the river. And that is one way that you could associate. And they probably have land and farms in those places and they don't want to move because of that. So it's
their connection with their ancestry, they have generations have been living there.
But
So
humans are also migratory. We've all migrated. So to some extent, you have that attachment to roots, but you can move those roots also. But I think it's very linked to livelihoods. Maybe not entirely, but a lot.
As a chairman of of these sessions. Fifth, the speaker here. So I will invite the we have heard him yesterday, Dr. Joy Ellerman, who is a member, who is a health professional with a master's degree in the public health, and he is a member of KSDMA. He was the earlier Director General of KILA, the Kerala Institute of the Local Administration, so the core team member of the People Plan campaign in Kerala. Additionally, he held the position of Chief Program Coordinator for SDC CAPDEC, which is a capacity development for decentralizations in Kerala. He was a moderator for both decentralization community of UN Solution Exchange, where again GP was involved in that, and the maternal child health community. He has also served the CEO of Inter Cooperation India and the senior advisor of the Helvetes Swedes Inter Cooperation. He is a core team member and technical advisor of the South Asia Climate Proofing Growth and Development Initiative, which is a part of the Climate Change Innovation Program. In recognitions of his work, Dr. Ellerman received the Outstanding Community Builder Award from the UN Solution Exchange. So let us hear from him. The readiness and resilience, the local action is the key.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I think I'm actually standing in between this and the lunch, so I need to be careful. Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me. Actually, I was invited when I was not associated with the SDMA. You invited me before that in that capacity, and now my role changes. So, but I think things are the same, whatever it is. Okay. And see, the readiness and resilience is what we are talking about, and it's also about the tsunami readiness. And so I don't want to talk much about the resilience part of it at the moment. I wanted to say a little bit on readiness, especially the community readiness, basically. So local action is the key, which has been my passion for so many decades. So that's why this local comes in this thing. But as I mentioned, see, it's not just about the tsunami. In fact, suddenly I remembered the post-tsunami actions in this part, in Alapart, where I also led a team basically on women and children in this part. So I just remembered. And over the years, as usual, your knowledge goes up, your skills get developed, and the wisdom also. So the many things which I don't want to call we tried to do at that time. Now I will not be doing it the same way after so many years, because all this, even dealing with the disaster, the approach has changed a lot through experience rather than academic kind of thing. So anyway, it's not just about tsunami. The readiness and resilience are to be dealt with in different levels. And basically, I would say this readiness for countries like ours and the overall, still it is about disaster management literacy and climate literacy. We are still in that stage. Probably in the institutions, in various organizations like ours, offices and all, might be talking about disaster management, this and that and other things, and resilience. And of course, these phrases and words also change. That's what I think GP might be having a problem. The words and phrases which you use have changed a lot. So those also will change, but the thing remains the same. I mean, nothing, no change at all. So that's again the issue. But anyway, it is actually about the readiness means it is about disaster literacy, climate literacy across the communities, basically. That is one. And of course, for me, yesterday evening, we had a session over phone. I don't know how much I communicated at that time because I was traveling to this place itself from Delhi. So my position is basically that we have this national Disaster Management Act, which is getting amended now on all these days. I don't think much local is there in this new amendment. I mean, that's again one issue, but still it's okay. Let's see how it works, because things don't work as it is written, because there are certain things which happen as it is. So I'm not worried too much about that at the moment. But the thing is, disasters, as all your presentations said about, they are all emergencies. It happens just like that. And many of us actually yesterday mentioned that we all treat it like a war kind of thing. At that point of time, it is like a war. And the usual phrases are that it is like the uniformed and the non-uniformed forces coming together. That's where we all come in. And there are also the uniformed forces which come in. And then there needs to be coordinated effort and a single point of command, because people can't do this and that and other things. Whatever you want to do, you can't do, with various opinions and various suggestions and all, then it will be chaos. And so it's actually a centralized plan of action. And that's how the National Disaster Management Act has been developed. This is how I see things, sir. You can disagree, but I think it's more of a centralized kind of action which has been proposed, but providing facilities and space and scope for other actions. But basically it is about command and control, and it is a centralized actions. On the other side, as I mentioned, who is the first respondent? Who is the first respondent? For any disaster, whether it's small or big, who is the first respondent? Who knows the people? And whom the people know? I can't come to Alapad and then start doing things without people accepting me. Instead of me, if a local person could, so what I do is you work through them, the local people. But so basically that. And who knows the locations? Who knows the geography? That's important. Who knows the people? For example, we had the 2018 floods in many parts. Whoever might come, the Navy, all these people can come, but people don't know where to go, where are the houses already totally in there. And another thing is, where are the people? Where are the elders? Where are the disabled, differently abled? Where are the people who have been laid up with various diseases and other things? Who has to be rescued, all kinds of things. Who knows that? So it's the local people. So when you say it is a centralized action which is required, and on the other side, we find this first respondent, the local and other things. So it has to be a marriage between the two. I will not negate what the NDMA says, the Act says, because it has to be centralized and single action and single point of command and all. But on the other side, it's also about the local action. It's also about local, whatever you call it as readiness. We can have all this readiness at the highest levels. But how ready we are at the local level? This is the question, and I think you mentioned about how it can happen, because that I wanted to get that sentence back. I will call you. Okay. Anyway, the right sentence you had used in that PPT, PowerPoint. So this is how it is. And there we have some experiences about the local actions, preparing for local actions, basically. That is called the readiness part of it. And where we had the disaster management plan at the local level by the local governments under the leadership of, see how I will not say by the local governments, under the leadership of the local governments, with the support of the experts, with the support of the institutions, with the support of the people, and the participation of the people, that some development has been made. But it didn't happen just like that. Though in the Act, it was mentioned that there has to be the National Disaster Management Plan, the State Disaster Management Plan, the District Disaster Management Plan, but it was also mentioned that plans have to be prepared at the local level through local bodies, including panchayats and all. But that literacy was not there among all of us. This is how I see it. It was all there. So I can't say that it was not there included in that. It was there, but nobody told us that there was also the preparation of the local action plan. Okay, this is how it is. But let it be like that. It takes time to get things done. But then, when did it happen? The 2018 floods reminded us that local actions are important. It also reminded us how the local governments, how the local leaders, how the local communities can act in various capacities. That's the difference. For a very locate specific disaster, we can all jump in with our limited capacities and all kinds of things. When it is of such a massive scale where 12 out of the 14 districts in the state are flooded, then you see how the local population responds. And actually it is after that that the realization that yes, we need to be prepared at the local level also. And that's how we started doing the local disaster management plan, which is actually a combination of local knowledge. I don't want to go into the details, at the moment, but local knowledge means, say for example, my panchayat people know what has happened across the last 30 years. They know what has happened. What were the kinds of floods? Because I come from the Kutanad area where I never thought that these were disasters. Every year we used to have floods. My school used to be I live just near to the school. So my school used to be the, relief camp. And I know what is it. And I never thought that these were disasters. I never thought. Only recently I found that, oh, these were all disasters. Because every year you used to face. And so if it is a recurring nature, I think it doesn't come under the definition of disaster also sometimes. Probably that. Now people know, oh, it's a disaster. But the change is, see, when people actually started, when people actually joining in the management of the disaster. Till that time, it was only the government, especially one department doing everything. Some of you might know, across the country it is like that. But in that stage, what happened is that when people took over, when the local governments took over, they were also directly responsible to the people. See, the problem, because I being a doctor, I have this issue. See, we have people in front of us. You might be the prime minister of a country, but you come as a patient. You are sick. You are weak. You are weak at that time. And then I am the doctor. Same is the case with disaster. I do not know how I landed up in the disaster area also. In this case also, you are in disaster. Whoever might be, especially the 2018 showed us that whoever might be, you are weak at that time. You have lost everything. You have lost your people. You have lost your assets. You have lost, even there is no meaning in saying that I have a 3-floor house, but then you had to be evacuated at the last moment. You didn't come out in the initial stages because whatever level you go, I will be there on top of that. But then finally, those were the people who actually frantically called, because I know one of my classmates calling from outside the country and saying that my wife is in the 3rd floor. But then when I called the people around, we had gone and told them several times, please come out, please come out, please come out. And they didn't come out because I am at the top of the world. And so, nobody can, no floods can come up to that level kind of thing. But this happened. So you are weak. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not talking about them. You are weak at that time. And at that time, whatever you do, they have to receive. That is how our relief camps also used to be. You give whatever you have. We also send things which cannot be used by us at all. Your shirts which are about to be thrown out. You know how it happens usually. And who should wear it? At least in our parts of the world, where every individual has his or her own self-esteem, the way we live, and then you are asked to use all these things. And then, because you are weak, you don't have any other opportunity, you don't have any option, you do it. But the post floods, the 2018 floods, 18 floods, whole thing changed. The relief camps, the culture of the relief camps, the constitution of the relief camps, how it was developed, changed a lot. That is the change which you have seen. How? Because the people who are dealing with those camps are the people who are living there, and they know these are our people and this is how we lived, and we cannot do things as we used to do earlier. You can just, those who understand these things have seen this, how the relief camps were there earlier and how the camps got changed with not without any specific orders. And that is why when we had the COVID, whole thing changed. Even the CFLTs and all had to have certain minimum specifications. This is the change which happens at the local level. People know them, and people, I mean, this is how it is. Anyway, these were prepared, and disaster management plan, as I said, has the academic element, the technical element, where the KSDMA provided at least 28 layers of maps for each place, each local government, which was unthinkable before that. Sir, you know that you can't get data from anywhere on weather, climate, especially the past data and the future. But that time, KSDMA provided that, collated and provided that. That was used. But still, we need to have more literacy on understanding about how to use the map. Definitely, that is there. And some of these maps are also not valid enough. Those are all things there, but the whole culture changed. And anyway, to cut it short, they prepared the disaster management plan, and then the COVID came, and some of these elements could be used. That's my point. But then it's not just disaster alone. It's also about climate change. That is how we try to develop the local action plan on climate change. Again, the data issues were there, but finally, based on all these experience, we could manage these things, especially the KSDMA could provide all those things. And 4 districts, all the local governments in these 4 districts, that is actually near to, but Kollam is not included, but Alapi, Kottayam, Idukki, and Pathanamthitta, all the 4 of them have all the panchayats and municipalities prepared their local action plan on climate change, as well as the disaster management plan in a new format and other things, which, I mean, you cannot close it there. That is where this preparedness part is there. All those things are there, as you all call it. But then the resilience part comes in. That's why I said I didn't want to talk much about resilience, but you will end up there, where I call it, I mean, there is nothing like resilience, disaster resilience. There is nothing like climate resilience. It is about community resilience or development, our life. Basically, it's about our life. And you need to climate proof our lives, climate proof our development, disaster proof our development. And that, I think we can call it as resilience for the time being till the new phrase comes. That's how I say. Anyway, this is how it is. And how do you do that? That is where many agencies come in. That is where the local development plan in Kerala, we have the panchayats and municipalities preparing their annual development plans, where the funds are transferred to the local governments. And so, each development area, there are some actions. That is where the resilient actions have to come in, where when you are putting up a culvert, you need to be clear about how does it affect, how you can actually think about the disaster risk reduction with the, not only just culvert, everything which you are talking about. And so why I am saying is that from the disaster management plan to the development plan, see, this is how things have to go. These are all working at the moment, but please don't quote me and say everything is fine there. I mean, I won't say that. This is our community. We see, I won't even say about me. So forget about others. So there are gaps and others, but a methodology, a way of doing things has evolved. So which need to be corrected and taken forward. On the other side, I will just go to 2 more points only. So the point is that from this disaster management plan, you need to actually, when you come to the resilience, we need to actually bring in the overall development, which is applicable not only to the local. In that way, your state budget, your state development actions, everything needs to consider all these things, disaster and climate in all our actions. That's how it is. And then as part of the readiness, we have the volunteers, the Aptamitras are there, trained Aptamitras are there, the Sanada Sena teams are there now. Slowly, they are all being, but the civil defense forces are there, the volunteer forces are there, the NGOs are being trained. I mean, in depth and as well. Especially one of you said also about, it's not just about the readiness. Readiness means before you reach the hospital, what can be done? So every one of us, unless we know basic life support, there's nothing like all these kinds of things. And if I collapse now, how many of you know CPR? Otherwise, there's no point. Even if the hospital is nearby, there's no point. If you drown, if you don't know how to save that, I mean, at that time. So those are things which we need to know. Those are the actions which we need to do at the moment, where emergency response team at the local level are important on early warning, on readiness for first aid and other things. So these are also there. But more than that, I would say about the health system readiness in disaster. See, we have the police, we have the fire force and all, they are trained on all these things, many of them. But how is our health system, health professionals trained on dealing with a disaster? Disasters do not happen every day, but every health system professional needs to be, even the, the security person standing in front of the hospital, he or she needs to know when a massive disaster happens, how he or she should be prepared to deal with such a situation. Even that person should know. And how the health system is prepared is our challenge at the moment. And various volunteers at the local level which need to be prepared for that. That's why I started with this saying it is about disaster literacy. I mean, it's about disaster literacy. And what is the role of institutions, academic institutions, the technical institutions, and the scientific community is where provide that part, the knowledge part, the skills part, updating that to the local community, and it is about local community. I would say if you come to KSDMA, the Disaster Management Authority, sometimes we might say, oh, we know all these things. And don't quote me. I have to go back to the office. But working at the local level, that is where we are all required. See, those policy levels and all, some of you are already there in various committees, I know. But the real challenge is how to have the entire population disaster literate, climate literate, and that is where our readiness and resilience come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Edmund. And we have to conclude this session. And, I thank all the 5 speakers. And I just want to summarize these sessions with 1 or 2 words, what I've taken from Professor Pattabhadan, who told that resilience is a property of a system. And if you see here, like, what we are talking about, the resilience creation system, there is an internal and the external systems and the factors. And what you find that all the disasters, like the community resilience disasters, are the external factors, and the livelihood related factors are the internal factors. I think this framework, what it comes out of these discussions, and I thank all of you because all the sessions are happening just not as a session, but to develop a framework which should come out of these 3 days, and which we should continue in not only in Amrita, but the knowledge network across the nations. And like today, when we discuss about, it's not only of one institution, it's about all the stakeholders and the institution. So with that, thank you very much. And for the last, formality, I hand it over to Dr. Raj.
So now it is the time to express our gratitude to the keynote speakers. So I would like to invite Dr. Krishnan S. Raghavan to hand over the memento to Anand, Dr. Anand Padvarthan. Sir, please come. Thank you, sir. So next, I request Dr. Ravi Shankar to deliver, to present a memento to Padmanabhan sir. Sir, please come. Thank you, sir. So next, I request Dr. Sudha Arlikati to present the memento to Dr. Joy Element. Ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. So now this session is over. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, because ma'am is from our team. That's why I forgot. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Sudha, ma'am, I once again I request you to present the memento to Bhavani, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so
Now we will actually finish this session. We will go for lunch. 2:30, we will reassemble back. For the session members, we'll have one group photo.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon, all of you. I think it's always difficult to start a post-lunch session and especially to build a crowd. But thanks to you, I think those sincere professionals who are here, my heartfelt gratitude to you for coming back. So, I mean, I don't want detailed introduction of myself and the panels. Of course, I will briefly introduce the panel. Myself, I'm Dr. Krishnan Srinivas Raghavan. I'm still with the United Nations. I'm also adjunct professor with the Amrita School of Sustainable Futures. Right now, we have 3 speakers for this particular session, right? We have an expert, Professor Mohammad Mukhtari. He will be talking about advancements and impact of early warning systems in natural disaster preparedness. A focus on tsunami early warning systems. So that will be the first talk. And Mr. Senthil Kumaran, who's representing the Reliance Foundation here, he'll be talking about enhancing community resilience through early warning systems, the role of Reliance Foundation in disaster preparedness and tsunami risk reduction. So he will be talking about the various initiatives rolled out by Reliance Foundation. And also we have another speaker who's joining online is Professor Kenji Satake. He is Professor Emeritus at Quake Research Institute, University of Tokyo. He'll be talking about developments in tsunami observation, warning, and preparedness in the last 2 decades since the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. So when I think we have had enough of talking about community resilience, technologies, early warning systems in the past 2 days, I'll just start with a very small example, my own personal example of a community resilience, not resilience actually, the community shock, I would say. When I joined UN, it was like almost 17, 18 years ago. The first project given to me in UN was to work towards the rehabilitation of communities affected by tsunami in Nagapattinam district. So that was a project where we were establishing of United Nations ESCAP had a project called Community E-Service Centers. So we were establishing community service centers to serve the local population. And I went on part of the project to Nagapattinam district in Tamil Nadu. So I was interacting with some fishermen. And then I learned some stories which you wouldn't believe. Those days, fishermen, whatever they get as money, they don't trust the banking systems. They used to keep the cash under their pillow and sleep. All their earnings, right? When the tsunami struck, can you imagine what happened? So everything got washed away. So all their life's earnings washed away by tsunami, they have to start from the scratch. Those who survived did not have even 1 rupee in hand to start their lives. So when we talk of community resilience, you should visualize this scene, that a community, if it is not prepared, what will happen, right? So that community, fisherman community, did not have any trust in the banking system, and they lost almost all their savings in just one tsunami strike. All the money that they earned washed away. So it was such a moving experience. So that was my first UN project, and after 20 years now, I'm looking at it with the same kind of shock, because our communities are still slightly more better than what it was, but still we are not fully prepared. So that we need to accept so that we can improve. Now with that remarks, I would like to invite Professor Mohammad Mukhtari, Associate Professor IIES and Chair of the Working Group NWIO, Indian Ocean Tsunami under UNESCO. So Professor Mukhtari, are you online?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Very welcome to you, and we could hear you clearly. So please go ahead. 20 minutes presentation.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say good afternoon, and I hope that you had a nice lunch while I was not trying to watch. I like your comment when you started about the losing money because of this tsunami. I would take it a little further. I think there was money and life. Therefore, that is something which we have to think about it, to learn about it. Therefore, what I'm going to talk about some discussion concerning the early warning system, what it is, what is the definition of it, where can we do observation, and also I would then take you to UNISCOP, the place that you used to work. And at the same time, we discuss about the possibilities that exist in doing that. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, you see that 26 of, can you go back? 26 of December 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. We know we talked about 235,000 people and 1.7 million across the 16 country will be really kind of disaster. And it was a turning point, I think, for all of us in many respects and aspects. Many nations in the Indian Ocean at that time even did not know the word tsunami. Therefore, let alone to be prepared, let alone to be kind of try to survive that type of thing. Therefore, ignorance of the natural signs of tsunami presence led to the inappropriate action and decision by nations, population center, and tourist destination. That is why we've got that big number of the population has been could not survive. Therefore, next one, please. Let's look at that. Of course, there were some early warning system, not in the Indian Ocean area, but in Pacific Ocean and then in Japan and the Caribbean and all those places existed before. But the Indian Ocean really was born, I would rather say, after the 2004. What we're seeing in this map here, we are looking at the kind of historical tsunamis from 1650, the red circles. And those triangles, they're showing the buoys, which are called DART. These are the ones which are tsunami meters. They're installed there for kind of making sure if the tsunami occurs, they would be reactivated, and that their activation will give us some sort of information that, okay, really what happened. Look at how the Earth, look at the Earth, how it's been kind of teared apart by this fault. The yellow line is indicates the fault, some different type of fault in mid-ocean region, all those kind of places. And the red one, they indicate the subduction zone. Subduction zones is the place where tsunami occurs. The subduction zone where they generate large tsunamis, large earthquake. 2004, 9 point something. It was a large earthquake. It was generated by a large, long fault. 900 or 700 kilometer fault generated that. Therefore, when we are looking at subduction zone, we are looking at location that could generate large tsunamis, large earthquake, large tsunamis. I will come back to another type of tsunami generated by non-seismic. Next, please. Okay, definition. I'm going back to fundamentals. An early warning system is a tool designed to predict and inform about potential disasters, everything, giving communities and stakeholders enough time to prepare and respond effectively. It operates through 4 interconnected components. Risk knowledge, we have to understand where the risk exists, where the tsunami is going to come, where the storm is going to come, where other disasters is going to happen. That we need to understand it. And then we do need to monitor. When we are monitoring, hopefully we can look at some real data and also previous data, then we can look at forecasting as well. Then after we know we have this knowledge, we have to be able to give this information to people to be used. Important thing, number 4. Now we have early warning system established somehow, but what we are missing, the transmission of the knowledge to local people and the transmission of the knowledge from local people to scientists to communicate how to survive, how promptly act. Next one. Therefore, from the scientific basis for early warning system, what we're talking about, we're talking hazard monitoring, earthquake seismology, seismometers, weather, some satellite information, volcanics, some sort of sensors. Next, please. And then modeling and simulation, as I mentioned. Okay, for weather, we have this meteorological early warning system and prediction of storm and heavy rains. And then for the tsunami, it's a new phenomenon, probabilistic tsunami hazard assessment. We had a deterministic before as well. We discussed about deterministic, the identification of the hazard. But because the information is lacking, we do not have enough information. What happened that we went to the statistical analysis. Okay, and after that, we go for data integration. Data integration of different aspects of a disaster is going to help us to be able to help other people to survive. Next one, please. And here we've got the Indian Ocean. We've got 3 early warning systems: India, Indonesia, Australia. These 3 stations are going to cover us, go tell us, okay, an earthquake happened. Therefore, what is important, what I want to emphasize very much, all the nation, let us help these 3 nations, these 3 centers. Let us provide them live data. Let's provide them online information. As much as possible information these 3 centers they have, they would be much more effective, much more accurate, much quicker to be able to give us the warning that we need. Therefore, here the data acquisition, data supply of all these 26, 27 nations around us are very important to be able to get. Of course, there are some other places like Thailand, they have a center, and Oman, they have a center. And every of these countries, they have a kind of their local center. But these 3 ones, they are kind of acting as a kind of a regional system. Next one, please. And an example of this action after early warning system. Okay, 2004, we had nothing. We lost 230,000 people. Okay, now we use seismic monitoring, tight gauge, and then buoys. An example, Indonesia saved a lot of people after tsunami occurrence. It is a benefit. Next one, please. This is a system. I'm just showing you what exists in India now. Okay, there is one observation network. This is the place in your left-hand side here. That's the very I mentioned we need to give the data to them to make them more active. They are using satellite information. In the middle part about the simulation and modeling, they are modeling millions of models, scenarios. If an earthquake with that size happens, that earthquake is going to generate tsunami, and the tsunami, where it's going to go. That means warning, that means prediction, that means forecasting. Of course, the next step is capability building, capacity building, research and development. All these things are for people. Give warning to people. This is essential. And then train the people what to do after an early warning given. Next, please. Okay, let's say I talked about also some other sources for the tsunami. That's what we call non-seismic. For example, landslide. For example, display faulting. For example, meteorite. For example, meteor tsunamis. all these things are local tsunamis, but they could be very, very devastating for the local people. Therefore, this also, it's a thing we have to learn, and we have to really kind of take that one into account as well. And one other thing which is regrettable, I would like to say, that we have to sometimes treat this tsunami as flooding. That's the flooding really is the one which kills people. But this is something we need to discuss. We need to take that one a little bit more serious in this discussion we have. Next one, please. Okay, the importance of the early warning system. As I said, reducing mortality, economic benefit. Now, Chairman just mentioned about losing money because we did not know that tsunami can occur. Supporting vulnerable community. Climate changes also can need adaptation. Next, please. Then another thing with the cyclone warning, for example, in Bangladesh. Bangladesh in the 1970 did not have the warning. 2007 they have the warning. They changed 300,000 people population death to 3,500. It's a tremendous amount of number of the people. That is how early warning system can help us. Next one, please. And then let's move to Macron. This is very close by. This is a local tsunami which is affecting the northwestern in the Indian Ocean, including India. We have around 900 kilometer fault. It is divided to between east and west, 450 kilometers. 450 kilometers is large enough to produce an earthquake over 8.5, 8.7. And this is large enough to be able to kill again. 1945, we lost 4,000 people in that region. And I don't think there were so many people lived in that area. But that was the problem. Therefore, what happens now, after 2004, I was delegating Iran to UNESCO, and there I talked about Macron in that meeting of the donation for the Indian Ocean. That's what Macron is next. Anyway, Macron came to existence. And then next one, and then we start looking at Macron. Look at the Macron. This is a cross section from Macron region. Next one. Look at the red line. They are the faults. They are the one which, after they move, they generate earthquake, especially the one with that arrow. That is the place which is much more dangerous. That's the place where the tsunami can occur strongly. This is the major Macron fault. 900 kilometers or 450 kilometers. This is the one that can really generate a less. Of course, the other faults as well, they could be generating tsunami, but they're smaller and they're local. Next one, please. Therefore, let me move in this one. I think Professor Kasi is going to talk about it. Therefore, I will not put my time in that. Next one, please. Then we thought, okay, now we have Macron, and there's no money in that the Northwest Indian Ocean region. Then an application was sent to UNESCO. UNESCO supported this project. Northwest Indian Ocean area become an active area with support of scientific support and also financial support from the UNESCO. UNESCO gave new blood to the Macron system to be able to learn. I told you that Macron was nearly born after 2004. We did not even accept Macron had a subduction zone. Therefore, it needed a lot of effort. I am very much thankful to UNESCO now, really kind of helped us to come to realize, to understand Macron. Next, please. And then we defined some sort of three-phase project. phase one, again, to hazard assessment, understanding it. Phase two, about attenuation and evacuation mapping, going back to people. Phase one and two is finished. The result will be announced in 2025. We are going to go to the most important part. That is the people at risk, coastal community preparedness. This is the one we talk about resilience, we talk about all the other activities which are major point in that area there. The project uniquely combined seismic monitoring with hazard modeling, risk assessment, and public education. That is, we gather everything in the same place. Next, please. And this is the timeline. 2017, what happened? 2019, what happened? 2024, we had the first kind of hand-on training for Indonesian mapping and evacuation in Oman, again supported by the UNESCO. Next, please. Another important project, because you see, if we want to understand the maximum magnitude of earthquake or tsunami in that area, to be able to prepare people, okay, this is maximum. 7.2, 7.9, 9 going to occur. Prepare for large one, prepare for small one. We have to have some historical tsunami data. Historical tsunami data does not exist in Macron region. We don't have enough. Therefore, what we do, we go back to the earth. Ask the earth, can you tell us from geological point of view what happened? Can you tell us the tsunami occurred a long time before? This is called Palu tsunami. What we're doing in this area here, now we're using the Palu tsunami to be able to identify the past tsunamis. Past tsunami is going to tell us about the the maximum magnitude occurred in this region. This is important. This is supported again by UNESCO. Next, please. And but what happened that we did some investigation. We took some samples in this area here. These samples now, as a matter of fact, are in India at the university.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. You have 5 minutes more.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Therefore, this is the area that we are looking at it, and this is a kind of a Northwest Indian Ocean cooperation, and that's including India. As I said, the samples now in India. Then next one, please. For the outlook of this survey, we are now in a stage of identify two events, and these two events are going to be dated, and we need some more time to do that. But the other important thing is that is very, very important. We are going to suggest to do a Palu tsunami for an area which we are going to build in coastal area. Very, very important. Next, please. Okay. Therefore, what happened? The early warning system are vital for reducing disaster impact, saving life, and protecting livelihood. Successful examples such as Japan's tsunami system and Fiji's multi-hazard approach. I would like to mention that these days now we are talking about not only single hazard, we're talking multi-hazard. Therefore, the multi-hazard will be more and more effectively used in this system there. However, saying all these things, there are gaps. There are places that we do not have enough coverage. They do not have enough finance to be able to prepare themselves. Therefore, we need to put some more efforts and then to be able to get those systems there. Important things again, what I would like to emphasize, online data providing by the nation to the early warning center. Important is local preparedness. Even with advanced early warning system, their effectiveness depends on the capacity of community to act on warnings. Thank you very much. I would skip that future discussion. Thank you very much, and I apologize if I took some more time with you.
Thank you, Professor Mukhtari. A big hand to him for covering a wide range of topics. In fact, he rightly emphasized on the not just focusing on earthquake-centered early warning systems. He also wanted us to focus on the flooding and other aspects so that a multi-hazard early warning system could be possible. And also, it is not just the technologies that help the communities. The community has to be prepared to effectively use these technologies and innovations so that they can actually minimize the disaster. So that also was very well captured in the presentation of Professor Mukhtari. Thank you very much, Professor, for highlighting these important aspects. Due to paucity of time, we couldn't introduce you properly. Our apologies for that. We are moving on to the next presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Senthil Kumaran, who is the program head for Alliance Foundation. He has over 3 decades of experience, especially in ICT-driven initiatives to improve lives and livelihoods across India. And he is also a recipient of several international awards like BC Deb Memorial Award, Agricultural Leadership Award. And he is working on integrating advanced technologies in a wide range of sectors, including agriculture, fisheries, education, disaster risk resilience. So it's our pleasure to have Mr. Senthil Kumaran share his experiences related to community resilience, and we welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Also, thank you for the organizers giving me the opportunity to learn many things, as well as about that providing the space for me to share some of my experiences. Yesterday, some of the participants, including Chair and some of that other participants, fortunately, we have a meeting with Amma, particularly about that science-based traditional knowledge and wisdom session. Is that about approximately 60 to 70 minutes? It's a long session, but a very interesting session. At the time, one of the tagline for that Amma is about that right information at the right time with the God's grace. Maybe you can add with about that some of the authorized information sources like INCAIS or maybe IMD or maybe ISRO, because that's a very important for that this early warning system. Another thanks Prasad, because fortunately he only gave me to put me in that last minute from the director to the airport. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. In this presentation, I am covering about that not only the early warning system, some of that community preparedness, as well as about the livelihood, because livelihood is a very important, is about that in that scenario of that coastal people. Next slide, please. All of you aware about that India have that maybe span of more than 7,500 kilometer radius of the coastline. It covers about covering both mainland and islands, and also it's about approximately it's about the 250 million people is about that living in that 50-kilometer radius of the coastline. Is approximately about 17%. Maybe about that. This data maybe further is about that. This is the next slide. Thank you. This is about data is about that maybe about related to 21, 22, maybe that data is about that increase now. You know about that coastal economies for that any country is that very important, vital, and also they contribute to the big way in the GDP, including fisheries, tourism, and shipping. But on the other hand, they are also is about vulnerable for that natural disasters, coastal erosions, and etc. The Bay of Bengal normally always is about that especially high risk compared zone compared to that Arabian Sea. But now that last speaker presentation is about the Macron coast. Now that West Coast also becoming as a very vulnerable. It's about that the coastal communities heavily depending on about that fisheries for their main livelihood. Morning professor also that explained about that link between the climate change and the tsunamis. So because of the climate change, we have a rising sea levels, and also it's about increased cyclone frequency, because last 20 years, we faced about that 16 cyclones. Before that, the same 20 years, we have about that 10 cyclones. And also this also lead about that degradation of coastal ecosystems. And also it's about that, it's not like a tsunami is not like a cyclone or flood, because that evacuation time is between about that only 15 minutes to maybe about a few hours. So this is a very important, is about that early warning system is about the very critical. Even though it's about that we are having very good technologies or maybe networks talking about that AI, ML and etc. Even Chair, you explained about that how the fisherman is about that whatever the earning, they keep it in the pillow, it's last. That also applicable for that modern people, scientific people, because in the beginning of the year, even though INCA is and announced about the swell storm surge, is about that, you know about that some of the medical students as well as about that interns, without knowing that they went and drowned. But even though it's already announced, there is storm stretch. So that's why is about that lot of is about that awareness still is about continuing. And also it's about that even that Padmanabhanji is explained about that various the community resilience as well as many of the speakers. And also Padmanabhanji, you mentioned about that you don't tell about this is your solution. Maybe they maybe have the solution, you can just facilitate how to do it, because many of the people in the villages, I've seen about that, even in the bamboo as well as about the coconut, they prepare as a life jacket. They are not putting about that other thing. Similarly, about that, we should also concentrate about that. Some of the Indonesian presentation is about that, how the family resilience is about that. Very important is about that women, elderly, as well as about that disability people. We need about that family resilience instead of that only individual. Because many times community, they are not covering about that. They are telling about community, but they are not covering about the many of the individuals. Because I lost some of that my friends in that tsunami, and also it's about that I also participated many of that response activities, that 2004. So what that I learned about that, because parents are went in that work, the children are in the home, sometimes about that fathers or family people, tourists. So in this background about that, these people only severely drowned and got. So in this case about that, we need about that family kind of resilience, be important. And also it's about that localized participatory risk assessment to integrate with that, this kind of indigenous knowledge is also very important. And also it's about that morning NIDM director mentioned about technology may be fail, maybe about the investment of the capacity building will not fail. So that's a very important word about that one. So we must concentrate about that, the community resilience. So the coastal villages have that the coastal villages topography, you know about that, vary from village to village, and also population, density, socio-economic conditions, and everything is different. So whatever that you prepare about the community or localized preparation or maybe localized participatory risk assessment, it should be about the very specific for that particular village or maybe cluster of villages. Otherwise about that, you can't provide about the proper response system. And also it's about that GIS playing the major role here. And also it's about that artificial intelligence, machine language also is about playing about that identifying tsunami prone zones, as well as about high risk populations and evacuation routes and etc. And also some there is a need for that now. There are a lot of smart cities are coming, so there should be need about that integrate with the kind of early warning systems. I think morning madam is also asked about that. What is the cost of that? Circular and cubic. The problem is about we are thinking about that's separate. Instead of that, many of the traditional people, what they are doing is about that multi-purpose centers. That means about the temples or maybe about the marriage halls. That also is about that. It's not separate to the tsunami or maybe other thing. So they are integrating that as a part of life. So this kind of disasters that had as a that save the people as well as about the shelter. So that's otherwise about if you got the new thing, maybe about $60,000, $5,000, they will discuss. So that's where the need about that, whatever we talk about that elevated tsunami resistant shelters or maybe eco-friendly seawalls or maybe disaster resilient housing, it should be integrated with that regular life. And also it's about that Reliance Foundation is the philanthropic arm of Reliance Industries Limited. It's about, we are working with that farmers, livestock farmers, as well as about marine fisher folk, inland fisher folk, and their livelihood, health, education, sports for development, women empowerment, disaster management, art, culture, heritage, and urban renewal. And also it's about cross-cutting themes for the platforms, research, monitoring, and evaluation, and communication. That whenever that disaster or maybe previous disaster, Reliance Foundation always work with that network of organizations. It's about that some of the presentation also mentioned about the volunteers. So always we mobilize the volunteers from that various internal business groups, and also it's about external players like government departments, NGOs, as well as about the disaster management authorities or maybe armed forces, because that's even Coast Guard and Marine Police, they have the outreach program. There is need to link with that communities, one for the safety purpose, not only the safety purpose of that during the disaster, maybe about other coastal security is also very important. So another one is about that, we also have always about that looking about the multi-stakeholder approach as well as about the tech and data-driven interventions. So far we responded about that more than 60 disasters. And also it's about that we are also providing training about women, youth, and key community individuals about the disaster preparedness, and also morning the gentleman talking about the CPR, and also along with the CPR, we are also providing the snake bite, many things, because this kind of disasters, the snakes and many things are entering. And also we conduct the mock-up drills, and also it's about that we provide the awareness about the community-based bioshield plantation, as well as about the multimedia early warning, because sometimes they may not literacy, they may not be understand about that proper way of that this kind of things. So we need about the audio, video, text kind of things. And also it's about that always that we are looking about the pre, during, and post disaster. Pre is about the early warning, during the disaster, providing that in linking the people who are the people struck. We collect with that the numbers, provide that Coast Guard and other people for the rescue operations. And also post disaster, mostly with that rehabilitation of that livelihood. It may be livestock or maybe crop or maybe other health issues. Even that small, you know about that this kind particularly in the last tsunami, there is a large number of seawater entered into that agriculture fields. So it's about more than 5 years they are unable to do any cultivation. So they need about the agronomic rehabilitation. So that kind of resilience also needed. So these are the some of that more than 60 things that we responded. And also it's about that there is a discussion in the morning about that there is a measurement is about that all our not only the measurement, because they need about that there is a process also, because sometimes we look about particular outcome, but we may be get about the other unintended outcome. So the impact should not be look about only for that particular impact, it should be the process. So like NCAR, KIT, as well as about that Kantar, NIDM, they evaluated all our activities and process document, and also it's about the very well documented about that how this early warning, that integrated system, saving the lives as well as about reducing the asset losses and lowering operational cost, as well as about increasing community earnings. And also it's about these are our the digital approach. We are not looking about only for the mobile and etc. Even simple public address system is helpful for that in a big way to that providing the information. Basically, our tag is about that accessibility, availability, and affordability. What is available with that one? So that's way, whichever is available with the digital, we can do the digital. Field intervention, we can do the physical also. And also it's about that we can do with that multi-channel communication approach. These are some of the visuals. It's about that mock drills, and also it's about that how support to that Gram Panchayat to develop the village development plan, as well as about the livestock, as well as about that some of the plant diagnostic clinics. And these are some of the other visuals. It's about that Raigad landslide and Orissa cyclone and Chennai floods. It's about including early warning as well as about rescue operation with the help of that ham radio operators. And a very important thing is about that So based on that, our tsunami to 2024 to 2004, the very important thing is about that we should learn about that the rapid evacuation system is very important, because this not a stay for that 1 week or 5 days. It need about that 15 minutes to is about that a few hours. So that's only many of the players also that mention about that community-based preparedness. That's very important. So next one is about that whatever we are doing, that why these disasters are happening is about we are against the natures. So there is need for that nature-based solutions, particularly about that the mangroves. The mangroves always act as a bioshield, and also is about that also provide support to the sequester carbon, as well as about that enhancing the fisheries, because that's the roots are is about shelter for that these fishes people, that also fishes. That also is about livelihood for the small fisher folk as well as the women. Similarly, about the coral reef, that also is about that shelter for the fishes, as well as about the promote ecotourism, and as well as about the stabilized marine ecosystem. Next one is about the wetlands, is about that manage floods as well as about naturally filled water. That also address in a big way about that improve the water system. So the nature-based solution is also very important. These are the some of that visuals. So we are involving about the community-led mangrove nurseries, as well as about student awareness programs, as well as about that mangrove plantation initiatives in some places. And also next one is about that promoting the resilient livelihood. This is the very important, because morning one of the session also speaker mentioned about that after tsunami is about 2 months or 3 months, there is no fish is there. Even in India, we have a 45 days ban is about that reproduction of fingerlings. So that time they need about the alternative livelihood. So they need about that maybe seaweed farming or cage fishing or maybe other micro enterprises, even the ornamental fisheries. And also now that government of India is very focused about the blue economy. They also set up about that 2037 as well as 2040. Apart from that long coastline, we also have the long river also. So they are looking about how to use the sustainable ocean resources. It will be that economic growth as well as about improve livelihood. Normally the fisheries, tourism, as well as about that shipping only, they are talking blue economy, but blue economy now go beyond that one is about renewable energy, that blue energy, as well as about aquaculture and marine biotechnology, particularly about that medicines. So this they also need about the lot of skill set, because that we whenever we talk about, we should not talk about only community resilience and volunteer and etc. So the people, if you go like that, they may not be initially interested. After that, what is our livelihood? Maybe how I can learn. So in this case about that, whenever you're talking about that early warning or maybe resilience, community thing, it should be about that, involve about their sustainable livelihood. And also it's about that there is a need for that awareness about that, because morning before the session, the gentleman talking about the disaster literacy. So there is definitely need for that ocean literacy, as well as about that we should include about that apart from the family members resilience, we include about that other tourist, migrant workers and etc. Because these people also affected this kind of, because you know the tsunami, particularly in Chennai, most of them affected in that tourist in the morning walking in that shore. So, and also it's about that many of the shelters, we are talking about the shelters, but even that OSDMA, they're talking about the shelters, but the shelters need for that some gender specific needs. So that's a very important, because many shelters don't have that even washrooms exclusively for the women, and also child care facilities and etc. So they also need about that women leadership in the disaster management to bring about the gender aspects in that shelter. And also it's about that here is the university is there. You know about in agriculture colleges, there is a students called RAVE, Rural Agriculture Work Experience and etc. Like that, maybe Amrita University also is about that. The students you send about that various in and around coastal villages to study about that. What is the maturity index of that, this kind of early warning preparedness? Because it's involved about the various aspects, and also is also involved about the literacy as well as about that, which are the different levels. And also it's about that now, these are the some of that visuals that we developed about the web scrapping, is about that collect that various disaster materials, as well as about we provided about the ocean literacy as well as early warning with that interactive session to the quiz. And also, I will finish with 2 slides only, sir. So Another is about that now we should move from that regular GA is about that multi-hazard is about impact-based forecasting system. Because it's not only for that this attack, in this case about that maybe what is that low-lying area based on the land use land cover map, what is the population, if it is affected, how many years about that there is no livelihood, may not be recovered, and etc. And another, this that we done it about that IBDS, maybe about because of time that I didn't go think that we, these are the things we are developing the models is about that. Our prediction is about that 2000 and also originally affected about 2167. And also it's about that, a very important thing is about that we should bring about that, like this kind of international conference, we should bring about the global and national framework and also PM 10-point agenda, how to integrate all the things about that, our community resilience network at the ground. So for that, very important is about that public-private partnership, as well as about now the new term is coming about the climate philanthropy. It's not only for the CSR, how to bring that people in that volunteer-based about climate philanthropy. And also it's about, these are some of the roundtables, case studies that we prepared, and also it's about, yes, very important is about that climate resilience, but the important thing is about that you should also look about the nature-based solution and multi-stakeholder partnership and technology integration for this resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senthil Kumaran, for covering a very vast range of topics covered by Reliance Foundation. I was particularly impressed with the nature-based solutions that you're promoting and also looking at ecosystem as an important element to focus on rather than just preventing or using technologies for early warning systems alone. But I think you are also preparing the community to face disasters and also to be resilient in multiple ways, including financial, social, economic, multifaceted approach, which is very important. So due to the scarcity of time, at the end of all three presentations, if we have time, we'll have time to ask one or two questions to the panelists, but right now we are directly proceeding with the next speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Kenji Satake. He is Professor Emeritus, Earthquake Research Institute, University of Tokyo. He holds a PhD in geophysics from the University of Tokyo. His career spans, several decades. His research integrates geophysical, geological, and historical methods to study giant earthquakes and tsunamis. So I'm sure most of you are aware that tsunami itself is a Japanese word, right? Tsunami means harbor wave, right? So we are very privileged to have a Japanese expert. And Japan, as many of the speakers identified, as one of the most advanced country in terms of preparedness for tsunamis and in general natural disasters. Professor Satake's research integrates geophysical, geological, historical methods. He also developed a tsunami waveform inversion method that combines instrumental recordings and simulations to understand tsunami generation and propagation. So we have a eminent expert from the field of tsunami research itself. So we are very happy to welcome him. Over to you, Professor Kenji Satake. We are eager to listen to you.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Do you have my slides, right?
Yeah, I think we have. Can you confirm? Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work. And I'm sorry that I'm attending remotely. And
can you project the slides?
well, if not, I can share from my side, but
they're working on it, I think.
Okay. Well, actually, since yesterday and also today, some of my material has been covered by some other presentations like Dr. Eddie Barnard or Dr. Mokhtari. So that part I'll go quickly, and so I may not.
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, Professor, will be very grateful if you could share a slide just to save some time.
Okay.
Okay. I think
Oh,
we have
it's
managed.
coming. Okay, okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so my title is the development of tsunami observation warning, and I'm not going to talk about preparedness because that was covered by other presenters, and also I discussed yesterday in the panel discussion. Anyway, so in the development in the last 2 decades since the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Next, please. So this is just outline. I'd like to briefly talk about Indian Ocean tsunami and paleoseismology around the Indian Ocean. Then I'll talk about Tohoku earthquake and tsunami that have been mentioned in other talks. Then I'd like to talk about some of the recent tsunami with a volcanic origin. Then developments in tsunami observation and early warning systems. So these are my outline. Next. Okay, I don't probably just click. Can you click? I don't have to repeat this one, but there's Indian Ocean tsunami was the worst tsunami disaster, and click. Next, actually, yeah, okay. So the casualties from, as I said, from many countries. An important thing is that we have many European tourists because that happened in December 26th, when many European tourists are spending their vacation in like Thailand or Sri Lanka. And many of them, many European tourists have became a victim of the tsunami. Okay, so this is really the global disaster. Next. And then, or probably I can skip this one, that causing damage in Banda Aceh or in Thailand. Next. Yes, actually, the right-hand side is just a animation, so you may be able to click this one. The right, well, if not, it's possible. Okay. Yeah, you can click on the animation. Yeah. This has also mentioned that this tsunami was generated from the large earthquake that is associated with the subduction of the Indian Ocean plate beneath the along this Sunda Trench through the Nicobar and Andaman Islands. And this motion, fault motion, generated surface displacement as shown in the left, and then this became a source of the tsunami. Next, please. Okay, so as I said, this is the subduction zones. So we have earthquakes along these subduction zones, but in the past, like Andaman and Nicobar Islands, there are earthquakes in 1941, 1881, 1847. All of them, magnitude is 7.7 or 7.9 or 7.5, less than 8. So from that historical data, we even for the seismologists anticipate that these are the maximum size of earthquakes in this region. Next. Yeah. So these are the sources of these earthquakes. 3 earthquakes in Andaman and Nicobar region. All of them are less than 8 in magnitude. Next. But what happened in 2004 was much larger, with magnitude of 9.1. Next. Yeah, then we analyzed this tsunami data and found that the fault, responsible fault for this earthquake extended about more than 1,000 kilometers from off Sumatra through Nicobar to Andaman Islands. And moment magnitude was 9.2 from the tsunami analysis. Next. Yeah, then in the last 2 decades, the paleoseismology that was mentioned by previous talk by Dr. Makari, he mentioned about Makaran things, but the paleoseismological work has been done, conducted in around the Indian Ocean, particularly for this around this Bay of Bengal, around Bay of Bengal, and I like to. Then these studies indicate that similar earthquake or tsunami happened in the past. So this 2004 event was not the first event, although we didn't know that. So just next slide. Just to show you one example from Thailand. That in the right side, the top layer is a sand layer. Do you see this cursor or no? But anyway, the top layer is the 2004 tsunami sand. The below this is the brown one. The brown layer is a soil. Then below this soil, there's another sand layer indicating that another tsunami happened. And from the radiocarbon dating, that was dated around AD 1400. That means, shown in the bottom, about 600 to 700 years ago, similar tsunami occurred and preserved in Thailand. Next. And that kind of study has been done in Thailand or Sumatra, Indonesia, or Andaman and Nicobar Islands, or South Andaman and Indian coast. And all of them, the previous date of the tsunami deposits varies from place to place. But looks like in the bottom, in the right-hand side, shows that there seems to be a common event. That means the tsunami deposits found in all Thailand, Sumatra Andaman, India, Maldives, Sri Lanka, and East Africa. And similar event happened around 950 AD. So about 1,000. So this is like several hundreds to 1,000 year event. The 2004 earthquake. Indian Ocean tsunami was such a several hundred to 1,000 year event. Okay, next. So then talk about the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami. Please next. Yeah, this is another magnitude 9 earthquake. As I said, Sumatra earthquake 2004 was magnitude 9. And actually, magnitude 9 earthquake was not very frequent. You can see since the 20th century, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 events. 3 of them, 1960 Chile, 1964 Alaska, 52 Kamchatka, happened in the last century. Then this century, 2000 Sumatra, followed by 2011 Tohoku earthquake. So Tohoku earthquake is another magnitude 9 giant earthquake. Next, please. And this just generated the tsunami. You saw the above picture in Eddie Bernard's presentation this morning. But in the Sanrik coast, the nearest coast from the source, the high tsunami, high up to like a 40-meter tsunami, arrived about 30 minutes after the earthquake. And to the south, Sendai Plain, the tsunami is characterized by large inundation. Large means like a 5 kilometers from the coast, the flooded. And then the tsunami arrived this place about 1 hour after the earthquake. Next. Then the left side maps indicates the tsunami inundation areas. And the total tsunami inundation area was about 560 square kilometers. And then in this area, the population is about 60,000. So then the total casualty from this tsunami was about 20,000. So the casualty ratio is about 3%. This was also mentioned in Eddie Bernard's presentation this morning. And maximum tsunami, as I said, 40 meters. And then the center panel indicates the tsunami height along this the coast, and the horizontal axis is tsunami height. So you can see that coast affected by more than 5-meter tsunami extended about 500 kilometers, which is very long line of the coast. Next. One unique thing about this tsunami is that the tsunami was instrumentally observed. So what's shown here in the right is the tsunami waveforms or sea level meters. And horizontal axis here is 0 is earthquake time. So then time after time after the earthquake in minute. So 30 means 30 minutes. So then to the left, you can see there's three red triangles, and offshore one is this TM1, which is a cabled, tsunami meter or pressure sensors, as shown in the top right. And this is installed at the water depth of 1,600 meters.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, Professor Satak, I'm very sorry to interrupt. Can I please request you to wrap up by 5 minutes, please? We've been asked to vacate the hall for a security inspection for tomorrow's event. Again, I'm really sorry.
Okay. I will try. Okay.
Thank
So
you, sir.
this one is detected soon after the occurrence of the earthquake, and then you can see like a 5-meter tsunami was recorded offshore before 30 minutes when the first tsunami hit the coast. Then the tsunami propagated toward the coast and then recorded in the GPS gauge, wave gauge. This is also offshore before the tsunami. And you can see the amplitude is, the tsunami is amplified, it's larger. Then tsunami finally hit at about 30 minutes to the Kamaishi tide gauge station. But the tide gauge, as you can see in the right, the bottom picture, this is a kind of tide gauge station. So this was destroyed by the more than 10-meter tsunami. But the important thing is tsunami was recorded offshore before arrival to the coast. Next. Next, please. Yeah, so then this is another earthquake that associated with the plate subduction. And then in this case, the plate is subducting from east to west. Next. Then from this tsunami waveforms, as I mentioned, we can, based on this tsunami waveforms, we can infer that estimate the slip distribution where the tsunami was generated to the as shown in the right. Okay, and then what we found is this is a kind of combination of previous earthquake like 869 or 1896. Next. In AD 869, which is about 1,000 years ago, there's another tsunami or earthquake and tsunami that was documented in historical documents. You can see in the right. It says large earthquake happened and damage from ground shaking occurred, and tsunami inundation to the castle. Castle is in the center photograph, which is about 5 kilometers from the coast. And then 1,000 people drowned. So in a sense, very similar things happened in AD 869, about 1,000 years ago. And physical evidence of this is just sand, tsunami deposit, and you can see in the left. Okay, so that was in the center panel in the map, the blue circles indicates where we found the tsunami deposits. And this reddish the color means the tsunami inundation area in 2011. So that indicates that very similar tsunami happened 869, about 1,000 years ago, similar to 2011 tsunami. Next. So then, okay, so then next. As I said, okay, so this has been mentioned. Most of the earthquakes, about 3/4 of tsunami is generated by earthquakes, but other sources include landslides or volcanic eruptions. Next. And yeah, one is just Anak Krakatau eruption of tsunami 2018. This just was volcanic eruption caused the landslide of the mountain. You can see in the top right pictures. Then that generated a tsunami and caused damage as shown in the right bottom. Next. Another the left side picture is also the animation. Can you click? This just big eruption occurred. Yeah, please. Yeah, big eruption occurred in 20. Yeah, you can see in the satellite image that in Hunga Hapai in January 2022, and this generated a tsunami toward Japan. And you can see in the right panel that there's sea levels, magenta, I mean the pinkish, the magenta curves tsunami. recorded on Chichijima and Amami. And important thing about this is the arrow with ETA means expected tsunami arrival. So if you have a volcanic eruption in Tonga, we can calculate the tsunami travel time to Japan, but that is what ETA indicates. But this tsunami arrived earlier than the expected tsunami arrival time. And earliest one is just shown in the red arrows in the right. And also shown here is atmospheric pressure. So this earthquake, the volcanic eruption generated the pressure wave, air pressure wave, and that generated the tsunami, and that that arrived earlier than the tsunami expected tsunami arrival time. Next. So then the bottom one is also the animation. Can you click? So this mechanism has been known. Can you click this somewhere? Yeah. The mechanism is eruption generated atmospheric pressure propagating through the Pacific Ocean, and that propagation of atmospheric pressure generated a tsunami, and then recorded. And that because the land wave, the pressure wave travels faster than the tsunami, so the arrival of tsunami was earlier than the computed tsunami from the source. Next. Next, please. Yeah, then just quickly go through the development in tsunami observation. Next, please. Yeah, this one is also mentioned by Eddie Barnard. Before 2004, there's only 6 drought buoys. But next, after that, there are several tens of, according to Eddie, there is 72 buoys in the Pacific and also Indian Ocean as well as in Atlantic Ocean. Next. Then around Japan, the left figure shows the bottom pressure gauges I also introduced that recorded the 2011 tsunami offshore. And there was about 10 or more, about dozen of cable stations before 2011. But because we found the usefulness of this offshore cable pressure gauges, now we have more than 200 cable gauges around Japan, the Pacific coast of Japan. Next. Then other observations include the satellite altimeter that in the left, showing the left, that is the Indian Ocean tsunami, and that was detected by the moving satellite. You can see now is float. And right-hand side is a coastal high-frequency radar. That is just a radar, just to monitor the waves. And that it detected 2011 tsunami in Japan. Next. Other unique observation is like ionospheric, we call it ionospheric tsunami. So the earthquake or tsunami generated acoustic wave that propagated through the ionosphere. And such then the disturbance in ionosphere is detected by like a GPS, GNSS satellite. And that is as a total electron content, TEC. That can be used for the tsunami early warning. Next, please. Then this one, the left one is also the animation. Can you click somewhere here? Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you click? Yeah. Your left hand shows the GPS measurements. So the GPS or GNSS, just the real-time high-frequency and high-rate GNSS detect the movement, co-seismic movement. And then using this GNSS data, we can quickly estimate the size of the earthquake as shown in the right. Within the like 1 minute or so, we can see the magnitude is 9. Okay, next. Okay, the early warning system, next, finally. So the tsunami early warning system has been mentioned in several talks. Like basically based on seismic observation. Then based on the seismic observation, we estimate the source. Then we make a numerical simulation. Usually we don't do the numerical simulation real time. We have many numerical simulation was done in beforehand, and the data was result is stored in database. And when earthquake happened, we just retrieve the result nearest case from the database. Then issue the tsunami warning. Next. So actually, the time of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, the tsunami information bulletin was issued by PTWC, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center in Hawaii. So earthquake happened in December 26, 059 GMT. Earthquake happened. Within 15 minutes, the Hawaii Pacific Tsunami Warning Center located the earthquake, and then it says off the west coast of northern Sumatra, and the magnitude was 8.0, which is underestimated, but within 15 minutes, they located. Then actually, even in Japan, I received this message. And then second bulletin was issued in about 69 minutes, about 1 hour after the earthquake. And then they revised magnitude to 8.5. And they evaluated that there's a possibility of tsunami near the epicenter. That was 1 hour after the earthquake, before tsunami arrived in Thailand or Indian coast. However, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center didn't know where to send this message. Next. So after this 2004, as has been mentioned, the Pacific similar tsunami warning system has been developed in the Caribbean, Indian Ocean, also the Atlantic, as well as the Pacific Ocean. Next. So India, the inquiry started in 2007. This will be mentioned somewhere else, so just skip next. Yeah, just let me introduce about the tsunami warning system in Japan. In Japan, earthquake hypocenter and magnitude are usually determined by 1 to 2 minutes. Then, as I said, they search for the database, and the tsunami warning is usually issued in 3 minutes. Then that may be updated in like 15 minutes after they got more seismological data. Then just update or cancel the tsunami warning. So next. The timing is very important. Japan introduced the tsunami warning system in 1941, and then at the time of like 1950s, it took like 20 minutes to issue the tsunami warning. But in 1980s, that is reduced to like 15 minutes. Next, just click.
Professor Satake, again,
Yes.
I apologize. Could you please conclude your presentation soon? We've been given a hard stop in 2 minutes, so we'll have to.
Okay. I try. Yeah. Okay. So then, anyway, so we need to just shorten that time for the issue the tsunami warning. Now it's issued about 3 minutes. Next. Next. This is what happened in 2011, but just I'll skip this. And next. Well, the important thing is they underestimated the tsunami warning level in the beginning. Although they issued the tsunami in 3 minutes, but they underestimated magnitude. So the expected tsunami height was just smaller than the actual tsunami. Next. But now we have the traditional tsunami warning system is just based on seismic observation, but now we can use the offshore tsunami warning, offshore tsunami observation. One is just from the offshore tsunami to estimate the source, then issue the new tsunami warning. Another one is data simulation. This is similar to the meteorology. Like we don't have to go back to the source. Next. So next, please. So this one is just showing the similarity of the data simulation and simulation to the right. Next. So actually, using this offshore cable station, we could assimilate the data for this 2016 Fukushima earthquake and just make a forecast beforehand, before the tsunami arrival. Next. I think next is conclusion. So this just conclusion, and then I just leave this slide here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kenji Satake, and we extremely apologize for rushing you through the presentation because there were several external factors. We have to cut short the total length of the session. But I would like to sincerely express our gratitude for all the speakers, Professor Muhammad Mukhtari, Mr. Sendil Kumaran, as well as Professor Kenji Satake for sharing a wide range of perspectives related to early warning systems and also related to tsunami in general. And especially Professor Satake's presentation touched upon the science behind tsunami early warning systems and how these systems evolved over the last 2 decades after the tsunami. And also he paid special emphasis on the Tohoku earthquake and also how how Japanese early warning systems kind of progressed to identify within 3 minutes and how to kind of disseminate information effectively to prevent large-scale disasters. So that is a great achievement, and many countries aspire to follow the Japanese model. And thank you for sharing your valuable time and experience with us. My congratulations goes to all the speakers, Mr. Sendil Kumaran, Professor Mukhtari, and Professor Kenji Satake for spending your valuable time and sharing your expertise with us. And of course, due to the lack of time, we're not allowing question answer now, but the email addresses of all the resource persons will be shared. And if any of you have any pressing questions, you could directly contact the expert and the emails will be shared with all of you. Thank you so much. A big congratulations to all the speakers. Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. Krishnan for chairing the session. And as a token of appreciation, we would like to present a memento to Mr. Senthil Kumaran. Can I invite Professor Vinod Chandran, sir, to please hand over the memento? Can I request everyone to please vacate the hall? There's a security check in progress. So we'll let you know when to assemble back. The next keynote session will start in Amriteshwari Hall after the security check.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, one and all present here. So welcome to our session 4 of the keynote, that is community resilience, building stronger communities. This session basically focusing on fostering the community resilience with innovative global strategies. To guide us throughout this presentation, we are honored to have Professor Sudhish K. Vadhavan, sir, here for chairing these sessions. Dr. Vadhavan is currently serving as an adjunct professor at Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications in Amritapuri campus. Professor Vadhavan was the former Director General, Geological Survey of India. Professor Vadhavan possesses extensive expertise in geological mapping, applied geology, geochemistry, seismotectonics, and sedimentological analysis, among other fields. He has published over 100+ research articles and contributed significantly to national and international scientific communities. His experience in geohazards, minerals exploration, and geoscience policies issues make him a highly respected figure in his field. Dr. Vadhavan is also deeply involved in promotion of geo-heritage sites and development of geoparks in India with active support from INDACT. Sir was also a gold medalist during his masters from Delhi University. Dr. Vadhavan's broad knowledge and leadership provide valuable guidance in our today's session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands to welcome Professor Vadhavan. Thank you, sir. So with that, I now invite Vadhavan sir to take and lead us this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Om Namah Shivaya. This session, of course, is slightly delayed because of the security checks and all that. But we'll make up, of course. We'll have sufficient time for our presentations plus QA. So our first speaker tonight, this evening, is Dr. Krishnan Srinivasa Raghavan. Please come to the stage. He's an eminent expert. He's adjunct professor with Amrita University. And of course, he's got a long list of achievements. In a given time, I think I will not be able to do justice to that, but I'll simply highlight that he's an expert on environmental biotechnology. And he has served UNDP, and he's an expert on achieving sustainable development goals, and a lot of emerging technological innovations and accelerating progress in achieving sustainable development goals. For last over 13 years, he has been a coordinator for all that. He has been working with the SCAP, and also very important topics like renewable energy, climate resilient agriculture, small and medium enterprises development, as well as the fourth industrial revolution. Now, this is very important, the futuristic aspects, particularly in Asia Pacific region. So with these small words, of course, he's a gold medalist. He's master in microbiology from Bharatidasan University, Tamil Nadu. And he holds PhD in environmental biotechnology from TERI, New Delhi. So, of course, he has been an expert with the USA, Tufts University. And to top it all, he's an expert in Sanskrit and Japanese language also. So we are very happy to welcome Dr. Krishnan, sir. Let's give him a big hand. Sir, may I request you to please take the stage and make your presentation. Thank you.
Very good afternoon again. I think you had a long session earlier, and again, I hope you're not bored to see me again. Can you load the presentation? You can quickly. So while they're loading the presentation, just in the interest of time, my presentation will be on the role of academic institutions, especially how we can contribute to tsunami preparedness, including early warning systems and response and recovery. Because a lot of the times academic institutions contribute in many fields, including sustainable development goals. We contribute to a lot, but then what happens is it gets diluted, it goes invisible, partly because the arrangements in policy making in any country, mostly there is no formal arrangement for academic institutions to show visible contributions and also take part in policy making. So of other countries where academic institutions are an integral part of the policy making and early, especially in tsunami, and how Amrita and other Indian institutions can also be part of policy making, and how we can make a bigger change or bigger impact, because how to get to the negotiating table in the government where decisions are made. So that is the scope of my presentation, but it's a very short presentation. I believe it's only 8 slides. Can you please load the presentation? And also I have a request. I mean, most of us, I'm including myself also because I'm now part of the Amrita School of Sustainable Futures. But then when we work in any area, whether it is inside Amrita or outside Amrita, we should also see ourselves not just as an academician. We are building a body of knowledge. We are actually shaping the world through our knowledge. We are creating knowledge. But at the same time, we can go beyond that, right? When you're talking about publications, of course, high impact factor, journals, becoming a top 2%, top 1%, top 5% scientists in the world is equally important. But then also look at who is the target audience, who reads your publications, whether it's only scientists and academicians or policymakers also read and make changes to the work. And there is a fascinating example I keep telling the participants of my workshops that, policy making, when we say it is very fascinating term, it's a fancy term. But I think I gave the example to ASF PhD scholars once about an Indian institution, an R&D institution in India, looking at the export of wheat to other countries, right? Those of you who are not familiar with this may listen carefully, because this is the impact one can create through your work. I mean, it is a CSIR institution, policy think tank of CSIR. It used to be called NISTATS, National Institute of Advanced Studies, Science and Technology Studies. Now it's called NISPR, National Institute of Science Communication Policy Research, NISPR. So the director of this institute around 7-8 years ago published a paper which looked at Indian exports, the commodities, the wheat, right? He asked critical questions in that paper that, okay, you are exporting wheat and you are showing that as a success story. You are earning revenues of foreign currency for the export of Indian product. Is it a success story? So he asked the question and he said, are you accounting for the fresh water used for cultivation of the wheat? Are you putting a value for the ecological services that actually resulted in the production of wheat in your country? So you're not charging the water, you're not charging the nutrients of soil, organic carbon. There are many, many ecological factors of your country. You're not charging them. You just sell the commodity and you say India's earned a huge profit by selling wheat. But the importing country is actually profiting because they're not paying for the water. The groundwater used for the wheat cultivation, nobody has charged that water, and the importing country is saving that much amount of water. They are not using that water. So they are not paying for the water, they are saving their groundwater, right? And that has changed the way Indian policy making looked at agricultural exports and commodities, right? The Ministry of Commerce formed a task force. There were many, many things. So just one paper, policy paper, changed the way a country looked at its exports. You can do the same kind of research when you look at. So while academic publication is important, this was a policy publication which looked at export of commodity from a country, and it's changed the way a country functions, right, in terms of exports. So this is an example which inspired me because the person who wrote this paper was a close friend of mine. And at that time, it opened so many eyes, right, including mine. So I would like to invite all of you to look at your own research from a policy lens and see what kind of recommendation can come out of your PhD thesis, or your student is doing a PhD thesis. If you're a faculty, what kind of a policy prescription can come out of the PhD thesis? That is also equally important. Just keep in mind the example that I showed. So now coming back to So again, many people have covered, so I'm not going to elaborate on this. Tsunami has affected over 11 million people in the last 25 years. So that's the numbers. 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami was the first global disaster in 21st century, and there are several $1 billion. Again, there are many, many publications with different figures, but $10 billion and 2,30,000 deaths. Again, this figure varies to some papers say 2,80,000 people. Globally, 700 million people living in the low-lying areas. So if we do not take precautionary measures, what we faced in 2004 may bound to happen again. Again, UN Deputy Secretary General Ms. Amina Mohammed said, we urgently need to shift from managing disasters to preventing disasters. This is what Amma keep telling, that you need to first protect the lives and livelihoods. And the UN says the same thing. You need to shift from managing disasters to preventing disasters. Why do we need to lose people, right? Save lives. Zero casualty should be the focus of future tsunami preparedness programs. And then UNESCO also says tsunamis know no border. So it is not like one country is affected. So there are several Indian Ocean tsunami affected almost many countries in the Indian Ocean region. An early warning system can be effective only when the population is well aware of tsunami risk and knows what to do. So community needs to be trained. Again, many speakers covered this topic of capacity building of communities. Okay. All DRR, not only tsunami, any disaster risk reduction, we take direct connection from the Sendai framework, which is the total overarching framework for disaster risk reduction. It says to build the knowledge of government officials at all levels, civil society, communities, and volunteers. So the Sendai framework has many recommendations. I have highlighted only the key recommendations. Building capacity at the government level, which is one of the top priorities. And then formal and non-formal education. That's where Amrita comes in, right? We are looking at how to promote the incorporation of disaster risk reduction knowledge, including disaster prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response. I think Amrita works in almost every aspect of this prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery, rehabilitation. I think our live-in labs and all our E4Life PhD scholars work in most of these areas, right? And we are directly contributing to Sendai framework. I mean, you don't know that you are working to contribute towards Sendai framework unless somebody tells you that you are working for Sendai framework, right? And both formal and non-formal education. And to strengthen technical and scientific capacity to capitalize on consolidated existing knowledge, to develop and apply methodology. So whatever early warning systems you are developing inside your laboratory, whether it's a landslide lab or tsunami early warning system you're deploying, you are actually contributing to the technical and scientific capacity building in the country. So again, you may be focused on your research, but without knowing, you are contributing to so many aspects of Sendai framework. The Japanese professor showed in his presentation also. You can see within 5 minutes how Japan disseminates information on, related to tsunamis. On the right-hand side is earthquake. So here, the highlight is that how academic institutions are part of it. For example, Japan Meteorological Agency is a government agency, right? And you have a joint cooperation with Geographical Survey Institute, Japan Coast Guard. You have University of Tokyo, from where the professor was speaking in the previous session, Nagoya University, National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Prevention, Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, Shizuoka Prefecture. So you could see a lot of academic institutions participating as part of the network and directly contributing to the tsunami early warning. So in India and many other countries, we work extensively on many aspects, but we need to have a formal structure to share information with other universities so that government uses our data, whatever Amrita data we are generating, government should tap into that data and then create. I think one of the government officials in the morning spoke about a university network. Perhaps we need to focus on how JMA, Japan Meteorological Agency, is officially using university data, right? We need to be part of such a vibrant network which directly contributes to policy decision making. This is about how quickly they are informing the communities. Within 1.5 minutes of an earthquake, they see whether the earthquake can generate tsunami or not. Within 3 minutes, earthquake information is passed. With tsunami information, likely information is passed. Within 5 minutes, the intensity and the height and what time the tsunami will attack and what will be the wave form and what will be the height of the wave. In 5 minutes, they disseminate to the communities, right? So this is the speed in which the advanced technologies work. Japan is a classic example of that. Not working. Can you move the slide? Yeah, now it's okay. Right. So this is an example from US. Again, you would see the point of these two slides is how academic institutions are collaborating. You see Emergency Operations Center and the DOT system in the sea. So the sensors are collecting data from the sea, and you have tsunami warning centers, and then state emergency operations center. So EOC is Emergency Operations Center. So the state EOC also has University of Florida, University of Colorado at Boulder. There are many US universities are part of the EOC, right? So the network, the academic institutions like Amrita are already part of networks in US, right? So there is a formal data sharing mechanism already in place. That's why they can quickly take the message to communities within 3 minutes, within 5 minutes. But here we have many institutions doing research, but I'm not so sure how the government will use the data generated by a sensor from Amrita or from another university or even IIT, Indian Institute of Technology, how that quickly, without a formal network of collaboration, how this data could be used. I think the university network, which the government official in the morning explained, could be one of the platforms that the government is envisaging. Well, let's hope that that becomes a formal form of collaboration between the university data sharing and the government. But already US is doing that. So this is a picture how data sharing happens through wireless emergency alerts, television, radio, and all that. But the highlight is this, state EOC, Emergency Operations Center, which gets active data sharing from universities. Right. So I think many of the speakers also touched upon artificial intelligence. It can help in many ways. The 4 principal ways is to advance disaster risk knowledge, right? It can simulate scenarios and then analyze vulnerability, what kind of areas are vulnerable and what kind of preventive measures. So we could use AI for vulnerability mapping. We can speed up hazard detection and monitoring also. So there are many AI tools to do that. In fact, I was judging the poster presentations this afternoon, and a lot of Amrita scholars are working on landscape modeling. So this second aspect is already being done by Amrita. AI can speed up warning delivery and improve communication. So this is again a communication tool, how quickly. So some of the, again, I'm very proud that some of the Amrita PhD scholars are using AI tools in the information dissemination, like within the sensor, they are building AI so that as soon as the data is generated by the sensor, it is immediately transferred, right? So the point 3 is also done by Amrita. AI can boost disaster response through real-time simulations. Again, there are a lot of simulations, and there is a potential warning also. AI can be very fast, but it can also lead to false alarms. there are examples of recorded examples, for example, in Chile, in South America. So there was a AI which generated alert and people were evacuated, but actually tsunami did not come, right? So while AI can work on data, but the data source from where we are taking the data, the quality of that data can make the difference. And there are false alarm cases. And for example, what will happen if you are telling fishermen not to go into fish, go for fishing for 1 week? What will happen to your livelihood? Because your AI alarm is telling that don't go, right? You are actually stopping him earning his livelihood for 1 week, right? So we need to, using AI is important, but at the same time, how will you ensure that you're not creating a false alarm, and how to minimize errors, right? If not completely avoid, at least minimize errors. What kind of algorithm can minimize errors when you are using AI for sensors, right? That is also a key point. So this is one advanced technology where instead of using, sensors and wave patterns, there is acoustic ground waves, gravity waves. So this acoustic gravity waves are all the time present. It's not pertinent to tsunami, but then it can travel faster than tsunami waves. Whenever a tsunami happens, when it is triggered, there is a variation in the acoustic gravity waves. So there are sensors which can detect the acoustic gravity waves much more accurately. So that means you can very well be prepared for tsunami even before looking at the waveforms and patterns and all that, because the acoustic gravity wave can do that. And UK, in Cardiff University in UK, has already done a pilot, and they showed that combining the state-of-the-art acoustic technology with artificial intelligence. So acoustic data, which is generated by natural gravity, right? It is clubbed with AI and to obtain fast and reliable information. So by doing so, you are cutting the chances for error, because if you only focus on waveforms or seabed changes, that kind of data may be error prone. But when you're looking at acoustic gravity, it is a constant wave. So the chances of making error is less. So the Cardiff University has done this pioneering trial, which shows that in future, maybe instead of buoys and sensors at the ground or the installing in the sea, the acoustic wave modeling and acoustic gravity waves can actually minimize. Yeah, sure. So then we have the potential. This is the last slide. Infrastructure, we have landslide laboratory. We have many advanced facilities here in Amrita. We could contribute to the infrastructure for tsunami early warning systems or any disaster-related early warning systems. We could perform joint research with many other universities. Information dissemination, as I said, many of the PhD scholars are already working on innovative technologies for information dissemination, and then building capacity. So wherever local communities like Live in Labs program or E4Life, you're working with communities, you are building capacity in the communities, that we are already doing it. And we need to be part of the international networks, which already we are doing, but as I said, we need to sit in the negotiation table. So we need to press for a mechanism with Government of India to share actively as part of a collaboration network. Then we will be able to give actionable data to the government for effective policy making. So institutions such as Amrita with renowned expertise, infrastructure, human resources could be leveraged effectively for national and international initiatives for disaster risk reduction. So these are my points, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krishnan. Very insightful talk. Are there any questions? A quick 1 or 2 questions we can take before we disperse. In fact, we need to go for our field site, and before it gets dark, we need to be at the site and see those places. So I'm afraid we'll have to close this session after this Q&A session. And Dr. Sudha's talk will be adjusted tomorrow morning sessions. So after this talk, we'll be assembled, we'll go outside and the buses are waiting for us. So is there any question to Dr. Krishnan? Hello.
Hello, yeah.
Dr. Are you there? Do you want to raise a question?
Yeah, I have. As a matter of fact, it's a very quick question.
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very excellent presentation. I think you touched on many very important facts about the role that academic people can play in this disaster management case there. I want to ask you, is there any specific kind of point can you make on the flooding? That, for example, specifically, we have some kind of surface running water, which has been generated directly after a kind of heavy rain. Is there anything which you have in mind? Any places that we can discuss that kind of issue as the management of this type of flooding?
Hello, the question is not clear, sir. Can you please briefly repeat your highlight?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Yeah. My question is, when there is a heavy rain in an area, there generates a flooding, and this flooding is very difficult to be managed in many cases. Is there an institution, is there any academic system that you can introduce that can tackle this kind of problem? Can help with this kind of problem?
The flooding, the consequent flooding, whether we can handle this particular issue through some academic research or that? That's the question.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, many institutions are working on building sensors, water level sensors. Even in fact, in India, there are startups working on measuring the real-time water level measurements in dams for effective water management. So there are a lot of sensors available in India. Of course, I'm aware of many institutions that do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe I should contact you with your email, and I think if you
sure.
then that might be probably easy. I mean, we do as a matter of fact to try to cooperate with Amrita now. Therefore, there is that is kind of a main reason which I'm asking the question, because it seems to me you're aware of this type of activities, and I think that will be very helpful to us to be able to have some communication with you as well.
Sure, definitely, Dr. Mukhtari, we are very grateful to you. Please
you.
raise this through the email that will be shared with you shortly. And now we have
Thank you.
to the close of this session. And I'll request Dr. Vinod Menon, sir. Yeah, okay. Dr. Sudha ma'am. We are requesting Dr. Sudha ma'am to please present this gift to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Krishnan. Thank you very much. And now the announcement will be made by Dr. Sabrinath.
Thank you all for that. Thank you, Krishnan sir, for giving that insightful lecture, and thank you, Madhavan sir, for sharing these things. As sir has announced earlier, like due to this light issue, we need to reach to this field at the earliest. So buses are waiting outside. So I kindly request all the participants to move. Yeah, move outside to the main lobby and take the bus and go to the field. Wish you all a safe field visit. Thank you all.
Could you all run? Let us see how quick are you in evacuation. Run.
Thank you. I wish I was there as well.
Next time we will make you, sir, run.
Thank you. Thank you.